Oh my! A fish fry? What's happening, brother? Cyclops in the house.
Looky here who I found.
He found me under the porch. I've been passed out for 4 months.
Yeah, I've been hearing for months. Where's Waldo? I fucking found Waldo.
I still got my hat on too. That's a good one. I didn't even spill my beer. Hey,
Nice.
somebody down now.
Oh, mate.
Well,
Good
I
to
want to
see you.
open this. I'm gonna do. I want to recommend this next song. I mean, dedicate it. KK. I'm going to dedicate this next song to the North Texas, Southern Oklahoma crystal methamphetamine industry.
Nice.
Okay, here we go.
KK, hello, darling.
Hello, darling.
I never saw anything like it. To me, he's one of the greatest entertainers that I've ever seen. I hear that train coming down the bend. I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. Now I'm stuck in Folsom Prison. Time keeps dragging on. And that train just keeps rolling on down the San Antone.
Oh! Did I mess it up? Dadgum. We're buffering. Son of... Yeah, my YouTube's being a dick recently.
Oh, it's getting good at that lately.
Yeah, I don't even know. I'm pretty much done with this bad motherfucker. Maybe I'll click on a video and sit there and it'll go a little circle for about 5 minutes before a goddamn video comes on. I mean, a dadgum video. Dadgum.
Well, look at there. We got Savage, David Carlisle,
Savage! What's up, my brother?
Monkey King. What's up?
Monkey! Dadgum.
Shock the Monkey.
Shock that song. Man, okay. I'll be right back. I don't know what the hell. The one time. Anyways. Well, how is y'all doing? We got 5 people up in here. David Carlisle. Savage, my brother.
Yeah, you got 5 of the best ones.
Oh, man. How y'all been? Thanks for stopping by. Man, y'all got me on notifications? Good Lord. That's, man, you know, it means a lot that people been asking about me or whatnot. Where the hell is Pops? Did he go to prison? Folsom? No.
Yo, Shroom Day, he would probably be here. We was playing poker on Messenger earlier, and you know, after a certain amount of ass whoopings, I guess you get tired and you need to go to bed. Yeah, he had to get up and go to work, but
wait, you were taking money, or are you the king over there? Poker king?
Well, it ain't like it's real poker. You're playing for free chips, so you know.
Oh yeah.
Kind of a different game. But it is fun.
You're all in on every hand.
No, not me, because some of these crazy bastards, they'll call you. They have a seven deuce offsuit, and you got pocket aces, and they'll still call you.
No shit. And win.
Sometimes. That's
full of 7.
Nuts.
Full boat.
Yeah. It is fun.
Yeah, I used to love me some poker. It's been a long time. About a year.
You'd enjoy it. The unknown, he plays a lot. Shroom plays a lot.
Yeah, I'll have to get in there with y'all one of these days.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, any of you other cats want to download Messenger, get in on some Texas Hold'em? It's fun.
Yeah. I think Kathy's calling me. Oh my.
Oh, I think
Hello?
she's on the link.
Hello?
Kathy's calling me. Are you there?
I'm calling you. I want the link.
Okay. Link upcoming right now. Oh my.
I
We
want
just got
I want a link, Sugar Plum.
we got scolded by Old Yeller.
Yep.
Here we go. I think it is.
She's
This
old
should be-
blue. She's old blue now.
I'm your boy, Blue. Or what was it?
She went full on libtard blue hairstyle.
Oh my. The purple, you mean?
No,
The one of the old ladies at the bingo hall with the purple hair?
no, I mean like 1980s hanging around the mall.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh my. KK, did you get your titties pierced as well? I'm just curious. We don't know.
She'll never tell if she did, but she's definitely rocking. She's rocking that blue hair.
Hector. Oh my. What's up, my brother Hector? KK, hello. I love it.
I know.
You look good.
Today's
Yeah.
birthday. Today's my birthday, and you get to sing me happy birthday. I'm waiting.
No shit.
Yeah.
I need to see ID.
Hey,
I'm just kidding.
she won a bunch of money on her birthday.
Yes,
Dang.
I did.
Okay. Let me see. Let me get the guitar. I don't even know.
Happy birthday, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'll let Pops take over from there. He's a singer.
I don't even know the song on the guitar. I'll figure it out right now. It can't be
Okay.
more than 2 chords. Happy birthday. Oh, fuck. Hold up. Okay. Happy. Everyone join in too. Wait, I gotta find it.
Happy birthday to you, even though your hair is blue.
There it is. Happy birthday to you. And no, I can't find it on the chords. Dead gum.
That's
Dead gum. But anyways, happy birthday, KK. We love you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you.
and I'm glad you had a good birthday. You only turned 32 once.
Yeah,
Exactly.
don't I wish.
Mm.
It's 36.
I beg your pardon. 36,
Yeah.
24, 36.
Yeah.
Just like Hector.
Oh my.
Hail,
Oh.
hail, hail.
Only if
up,
he's
Andre?
5'3". What's up, Hector?
Thank you,
How you
everyone.
doing, Pops? How you doing, Steve? 8:55.
Hey,
I'm
I'm doing
KK.
good, brother.
Man, it's hot today. Woo!
Yeah, same. 100 degrees over here.
Yeah, next 4 days we're getting 99, 98, 98, and 99.
I wish we had that.
Oh man, what are you at?
107, 105.
Dang!
Well, by the time you figure in the humidity here, it's like 197 million degrees.
Yeah, you can keep the humidity, man.
Man, by
Yeah.
the time you get through the humidity, it's a nightmare. Monkey, what's up, brother?
What's up? Happy birthday, KK.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So I would like to tell my little story about
Let's have it.
gambling today.
Story
Okay.
time.
Story time. I didn't get to go to no concerts this year. Okay. So I called my sister up and I says, no concerts. Let's go gamble. And she said, oh, well, okay. We'll do Saturday on your birthday. Oh, no. I don't want to do it Saturday because they're crazy there on the weekend. So we went today. And first machine I went to, well, I had to get the card and all that, show
Yeah.
my driver's license. And
They thought you were 20. They thought you were 19.
Yeah, I think so too. But anyways, so I went the first machine, I put a 20 in. Okay.
Yeah. What is it? $1 slot?
No, that's pennies and upwards and that.
Okay.
Okay. I did start out on the penny for maximum bet.
Hmm.
And I don't know this machine at all. And I was just pushing the button. Next thing you know, I'm hitting really big.
Oh my!
And usually when you hit something really big, you hit $100, you stop, right?
Who does? What? Not me.
Shit, I quit when I get ahead.
Okay, wait. Well, this is the reason.
I never get ahead. That's why I never quit.
Something told me to pick this machine, and I left my sister. I don't know where she was, but I left my sister sat at this machine. I had good vibes from it. Put my 20 in, hit the thing the very first time, and I won $100. So
what was it? $100?
$100.
Oh my!
Okay. So
on a dollar bet. Okay.
No, not on $1, on a penny.
Oh my! Imagine if you had $1 in.
Yeah. Well, wait a minute.
10K. Oh sheesh. Okay, I'll stop interrupting.
I played it for a little bit. Lost some of that 100 and that, and then all of a sudden, I went up the amount, like not 1 penny. I went up and I maxed it. Okay, I went from 1 penny to max, and I don't know what it was. And I think I was on that 88.71 type thing. Anyways, I went to the max. And the next thing I know, I came up with $300 and some.
Oh my!
God,
throw your panties on the stage.
Wait. I took that out.
Uh-oh.
Took that out. Well, I kept hitting on and off on there. But I mean, eventually I took out $340 or $50, something like that.
All right.
So I pulled that one out because it started not giving me anything. But then I pulled it out, went to the next machine. Now, mind you, when I was trying to put my card in this machine, it kept being red instead of green. I'm like, geez, man, this is not going to be good. So when I went to the next one, it automatically went to green. I'm like, oh, good. I don't have to play around here. Well, I started losing. I said, forget. Oh, I took the 300 and I put it in my purse. The slip.
There you go.
I took a 20 out and put it in the next machine. And didn't do that much. I was able to play for a little bit. I says, I don't feel any good in this one. So I pulled out my ticket, took it over to another machine, put it in there. And like I said, I had about $15 or so left. I played a couple times on the penny part. Then after a few minutes, I got down to like $8 that. I maxed it out and I hit how much?
Oh. What was it?
Another $300.
Oh my! And that time you cashed out. No.
Yep. I cashed out.
All right.
And used what money I had in my pocket that I would come with.
Yeah.
I only came with $100. Used
You're
that
good.
money.
You went home with rent money, baby.
More than rent money.
Oh
That's
yeah.
almost my computer money.
That's Red Lobster money. Hey.
Yeah, Red Lobster money.
Yeah, I came home with $100.
Fucking A.
The first time I ever gambled was epic. I hit $1,000. I hit $1,000 jackpot on video poker the first time I ever gambled.
Wow. And then you never gambled again, right?
Yeah, right.
No, a couple months later, went to we were at Pala, and then a couple months later, me and my buddy and his girl went to Pachanga.
Hi, Nickel
Man,
Stacker.
Nickel
man.
stack. My nickel is in the house. Sorry, brother. I had to interrupt. I saw my nickel.
That's so good.
All right, go ahead.
Nice come up, KK.
Pardon me?
Nice win today, KK.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Well,
I
she's been kicking ass with those scratchers, and
Oh,
she
yeah.
carried that good luck with her to the casino.
Happy birthday, baby.
Wait. Here's the funny thing. I took 300 out of my stack. And this stack was like that much of my scratch off tickets. Okay. Took 300 to the bank. I stopped and got some more, and I won more on the scratch off. Right here.
Hey, you got the fever, baby.
Yeah, $630 sitting right there.
Don't give it back.
Damn.
Don't give it all back. Maybe a little bit. Not all
Next
of
time
it.
I go to
good,
the
I'm
casino,
good.
I'm taking KK and I'm gonna sit her in my lap so I get some of that
No,
I'm gonna
I've
sit on her lap.
always been like this. I used to go in the poker machine and I'd put in a couple quarters and I say, well, mama needs a new bra. And next thing you'd hear this ding, 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 ding. And they don't look at me. I swear I told you I needed a new bra.
See, every time I do it, I'm like, I put $1. I'm like, Daddy needs a pitcher of beer. Nope, nothing comes out. Hey,
Nickel will know this one.
No, I always go for this.
I gambled. I went to a blackjack table in Horseshoe in Jeffersonville
right
over
on.
by Nickel.
My nickel.
Scorpion, what's going on, brother?
Oh my, what's up, brother
Hi,
Scorpion?
Scorpion.
Anyone more than welcome to come up.
Hector, what was you going to say?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You were saying something. Then Zach talked right at the same time.
Oh, I was just saying that I did the blackjack and I got up to it was $1 a hand, and I doled my hand all the time on $5 when I had a pair of faces, split them all the time. Got up to $120, and my wife says, "Let's go have dinner." We blew
Oh, the $2 bit, man.
Yeah.
And Hector says, wife, just wait. I got a couple
She
here.
came by and took the money.
Yeah,
and
I'm
we
on
had
a
dinner.
streak, honey. I'll meet you in an hour up in the room.
Are you kidding
And
me?
you came up there broke.
I want to hit the blackjack table again shortly. I might do it. I might do it within the next couple of weeks.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm cured.
I agree with Hector's wife. What was that song? Woo, woo, woo. Take the money and run.
Yeah.
Yeah, she took the money and ran.
So guys,
Billy
tomorrow-
Joel.
I ran it with 900.
guys,
Off that
tomorrow
1,000,
night,
I walked away with 900.
There you go. Nothing wrong with that.
Sorry,
Ain't no shame in that.
tomorrow night for my birthday, I'm having musical trivia.
Wait, I thought today was your birthday. You lied?
Well, tonight. I mean tonight.
Oh my! Oh, okay. It is after midnight, so it is
Yeah.
technically your birthday.
3:03 here, Ed. I'm sorry,
Okay.
but
You're
yeah,
fine.
tonight I'm having music.
Overline! No, I'm just kidding. Y'all seen The Big Lebowski?
Yep.
Love that movie.
Market zero.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'm marking it an 8.
I went
Market
to the
zero!
zoo for Halloween.
Oh,
I won't
man.
do White Russians no more.
Does anybody give a shit about the rules?
Yeah,
Okay.
KK, I will be there.
I know you're my partner.
What time will it be?
9:00 Eastern time.
So 7:00 my time. I won't be there. Dadgum. But I will watch it. I'll watch it on the replay.
What time you
I
done
got-
working?
10 at my time, so probably midnight at your time.
Yeah.
I guess.
We'll still be playing, hun.
I'll still watch it. Oh, you'll be playing? Fucking A
Yeah,
then.
we'll be playing. I'll wait for you, dear. I'll wait for you.
I'll come
I'll
up,
start
baby.
it later. How's
I'll wait.
that?
I'll wait
start
for
at
you
about
too,
10 or
Sugar
11.
Plum.
Pardon me?
Sugar plum. I love you.
I
I'll
love
be
you.
there. Man, I've been thinking about y'all.
I know you've been thinking about me. I've been just running in your mind all the time.
Running
Yeah.
through my dreams, baby.
Yep, that's why KK's legs are always tired. She's running through everybody's mind.
Okay.
Man.
You want to hear something nasty about what this lady said? Okay.
Uh-oh. I always want to hear anything nasty.
Yeah, okay. Out of the blue, she goes, you know, my Olivia, well, how do you ever say that woman part? It's really big.
Vulva?
No, the
Oh,
lips of
labia?
Labia? Oh, God.
Out of nowhere, she says this. And she says, you know, the doctor said, my husband says I'm tight. I'm like, why would you even say something like that on air? No, it's not me, guys. It is not me. Okay?
You're not tight?
Don't worry about me. The doctor worries.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've always been tight myself. I keep it tight.
But
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with Nickel. I was fixing to go la 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 la.
look, it's almost done.
Oh, dang. What is it?
I had operation. Look what they did to here. I mean, see?
Oh, my. Hold
this
on.
line. I don't know how to follow it backwards. But
I gotta
yeah,
make it big.
they cut me all the way down. And then left stitches in. I had to get it out.
Does it
But
feel
that's
better?
my scars.
Does it feel better?
Where was you to protect me?
Oh, my. Now that I figured it out, she goes away. Man, can you work everything? All your fingers with? Huh?
Better than before.
Yeah.
Right on. Right on, sister.
Yeah. Steve knows. Steve very much knows.
Because Steve was asking for a hand job right after the surgery. And you're like, babe, I can't. I can't yet. Give me 2 weeks.
Need sleep. Work starts at 5 a.m. Happy birthday, KK. Thank you, my Zach. See
you said ball sack?
Yeah, those are Monday. Zach said he got to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
All right, brother. Thanks for coming in.
Time to make the donuts.
Exactly.
Yeah, man, it's good seeing your ass finally showing back up. Yeah, I had to call Savage, make sure his ass was still alive. I ain't heard nothing from him in quite a while.
Me neither. I haven't heard from none of y'all, man. It's good to see you, though. It's good to hear your voices.
I talked to you about a week and a half ago.
Well, yeah, but
not on YouTube, just on the phone. But
seems like a long time. Hector, I haven't heard Hector's voice for probably, who knows, a year?
A few months.
Dang. I'm glad you're good, brother.
And I was there for about a month. I couldn't walk because I had plantar fasciitis, and then I had gout in my knee. I even took a month off from work.
That's the double whammy. The gout and the plantar. Man.
So you finally got all that under control?
Yes, sir.
Good.
It isn't pleasant, I can tell you right now.
I've known people that's had both, and they're both painful.
Yes.
Like you need me to tell you that.
I never had both at the same time.
Yeah, I've been lucky. I've never had either one, but.
Well, I've had both of mine. I'm sorry.
It's mostly for smart people, so you probably didn't catch it, brother.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Missed the boat on that one.
I've had both of my feet operated on because I had big lumps there.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
What was it on the side? On the big toe?
No, what do you call the arch?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't mean to bring the conversation down to low. I mean,
It's not down. It's part of life. Jeez, if you don't suffer, you don't live.
Yeah.
Hey, ain't none of us getting any younger. That's for damn sure.
Yep.
Oh, my.
That's
This is
okay.
the,
I'm going in for new body parts. Don't worry about it. I'll be sexy this time. I'll look like Dolly Parton.
Ooh.
Talk to me, baby.
Give me Shania Twain and that'll be fine.
Oh, my. I'm going to need a Miley Cyrus. No.
Yeah, I still have to tell Hector my Shania story one day.
Oh, my.
You're what?
You got a story? Story time.
No, not on YouTube. Nope. It's right before she hit it big when Mutt Lange took over her career and turned her into a superstar.
It sounds like you deserve some hush money. Hey,
you're gonna need an NDA.
You better call Shania and say I'm telling the whole story on Pop's channel if you don't give me $40.
Yeah, I'd probably get a response like, "Who the hell are you?"
Speaking of women, how is your family, your female folks doing there, Steve?
Oh, they're all doing good. My daughter that's gone through the cancer treatments, all that's over. She has one more. I think they call it a HER2 treatment. But it's not chemo. It's something they do a couple of extra rounds of after the chemo. But she's doing really well. Her hair's starting to grow back.
Right on. She's in good spirits.
Yes, we were very, very lucky, very, very blessed. That could have went a whole lot of bad.
Oh man.
Now she's really gonna have to take care of herself and watch out for the next years.
Oh yeah, especially with that particular kind of cancer she had, it's prone to resurface. So yeah, they'll be keeping a close eye on her for a long time.
Shoot, I had an aunt that had it for 23 years. She had esophageal cancer, and man, that woman, she put up with a lot for 23 years.
Yeah. Did she go out and live life like there was no tomorrow?
Well, around the family, yes. Traveling,
right on.
No, she wasn't able to travel as much, but she was around a lot of family.
Oh, you don't have to travel just to live life.
Well, I mean, she didn't party, she didn't drink, she didn't.
Oh, I'm not saying that either. You don't have to, man. Yeah, I hear you.
She could have been, for all I know, she could have been the next nun.
Yeah.
You got to watch those Scorps. He's telling tall tales in the chat.
Uh-oh.
He said he's 20. I know he ain't 20. He's not old.
I've seen the name, but I don't think I know him.
He's not 20.
Yeah.
42. Okay. Yeah, now that I believe.
My best year in my life was 23. Anyone else? What was yours, Hector?
You know something? Mine are ranges.
Oh.
Mine was from 19 until 25, single and not married yet. And then now with my grandkids for the last 12 years.
Right on, brother. I mean, I only narrowed mine down to 1 year, but of course there's lots of other years, bro. but that was my favorite year.
Well, I'm at an age where I'm losing more friends and family than any time in my life.
Yeah.
But I think we all go through that.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
How old are you?
I'll be 68 this year.
You're just 5 years older than me.
You sound like you're 28 still, or 25.
Yeah, you do sound young.
I can guarantee I don't look it with all this gray hair.
I seen
There
you.
you color it, baby.
I seen
Color
him.
it.
Don't let him lie. Hector's still pretty.
Steve's my boyfriend.
That's what I get for talking these damn Californians, man.
Well, it ain't like the banjo's playing right now.
It is Gay Pride Month.
They got my drift. Sorry about that.
And the crickets started chirping.
I know. Oh, I
Well-
saw a short YouTube clip. It must have been a short, and the guy was talking. It was Conan O'Brien, the late talk show host, the big, tall, 6'7", whatever he is, redhead. Everybody's DNA breaks down to, you're 97% this, 3% that. And, it breaks it down to smaller if your family's kind of mixed of different ethnicities. Even if you're just European or just African or just Native American, there's still a breakdown by percentages of different family background.
I've seen it.
And he
Rocky
went-
Mountain Bear in the house. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
All
That's okay.
right.
You gotta announce him.
What's up,
And-
Rocky?
Hi, Rocky.
Hey, Rock. And the story goes that he went back to Ireland, and even the Irish people, just been there for generations. They got 3% Spanish, or they got 1% more, or English.
Yeah.
They got 2%, whatever. Well,
He
he
still
went
got
back
red
there-
hair. All of
Yeah,
them.
yeah. He went back.
And they're stark white. They can't go out in the
Yeah.
sun.
He did his own DNA, and he was 100% Irish.
Man.
And then, and he said that's impossible. Nobody's 100% one thing. So he asked the doctor, "Why? How could that be?" He goes, "Well, if you really want to know the truth, it's called inbreeding."
Ooh.
I know, isn't that like, ouch?
We have that here in my town. There's a cult religion that does that.
Oh, really?
Faith healing. They won't go to doctors. They won't. They can't date anyone outside of their church.
That
They marry
sounds
their.
like some of those weird free will Baptist people.
I'll tell you one thing. The one of the religions that scared me the most is when they start playing with snakes.
That's
I-
free will
Oh.
Baptist.
Bro, that's
That's
them. That's
them?
them. We
That,
call
I
them the
went
snake
to a
eaters.
service one time, and I saw these boxes all behind the pulpit. When the chairs in front.
Yeah.
And I'm going, oh, what the heck is all those? And they started picking the boxes and baskets, whatever they were, and all of a sudden this one preacher pulls out. I swear to you, it must have been at least 4 inches thick, at the thickest part of the snake. It was huge.
Rocky,
And the
there's
thing
a
was-
link
there was-
if you want to
and it
come
was
up.
rattling. The tail was
Oh
rattling.
hell no!
no.
Oh,
if I
yeah.
wanna
And
play
you
with a
stayed in
snake-
there?
If I want to play
You-
with a snake, I'll just go home and lock the bedroom door.
Exactly. I don't even
Must
have to
be-
go to
must
the
be a small
bedroom.
snake. Must be a
Right
small
here.
snake.
In the fucking kitchen. I'll get busy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's snake
my.
handling stuff, man. That's
That is scary. And then they start talking in some kind of language I'd never even heard of before.
Speaking in tongues.
So what
Yeah,
that is?
man.
That's what
We
they
have
claim it is.
We have those over here.
And the funny thing is, they were
When
all
spiders
speaking in
come
tongues,
out,
but
oh,
they could
yeah.
not even they couldn't even understand each other.
Huh. Well, they just make the shit up as it comes.
I guess
Oh,
no one could tell.
Hey, Nick, I think Nickel's in the basement, bro.
Nickel. Oh shit. Wait, is that Indiana Fever?
Yep, I guarantee
Oh,
you that's Nickel.
Oh my.
Yeah.
What's up, brother?
Woo, it's been a long. What's
Mr.
it been, 2 years?
Mr.
I
Caitlin Clark.
was like 2 weeks. Caitlin Clark. You were right about that one. I'll tell you that. I remember you're the. I never ever heard her name until you said it.
Oh yeah,
Because I don't be watching no bitch basketball, but
Guys,
She
I'll be
was
right
okay
back.
today. She had about average. She averaged her numbers, maybe a little bit better on the assist, but they
wait,
won.
they're still playing?
What?
They're still playing? I thought that shit was over.
No, they're
No,
only like
they're only
15
about
games into
halfway
the
through.
season.
Wait, she's in the pros now.
Yeah,
Yep.
she's
Oh,
first round draft pick in the WNBA.
what team is she on?
What do you
Indiana.
think?
Oh, dang. Okay, so I missed the whole boat on all that shit.
Yeah. Well, see, nickel. I do listen to some of it. Most of that
Basketball
women's basketball
guru.
talk, I just don't listen to because I don't watch it. But
Me
see,
too.
nickel. At least occasionally, I do pay attention.
Now I just bought me a baseball hat, even though I've never watched baseball in my life, except for the one time my grandpa took me to Dodger Stadium. But other than that, I never watched baseball, so I just bought a hat because it looked cool. It turns out it's the Philadelphia
Phillies.
Yeah, and name with the Liberty Bell. Oh man, that's their
Shoot, I started
logo.
watching baseball. Well, actually, I started listening to baseball when Willie Mays was playing with the San Francisco Giants, my dad's team. And that was like 59, 60.
Man,
And
do
then
you have his
always
rookie
listened-
card?
Heck no, I wish I knew.
Man, I know. Man.
But I even coached baseball for co-ed, men's, and 7th, 8th grade high school, all those years, for about 30, 35 years.
Night, Scorpio. Have a
Good
good
night.
time at work.
Scorpio Metals, peace out, brother.
Scorps.
I got a baseball. I got
Take care, brother.
Willie Mays signed a baseball for me. My brother waited in the line to get it. He was in Houston. That's going up in value now.
Hi, Jack.
That'll be
Brother
that'll be
Jack.
$1,000
Hey,
soon.
you know what's
If you-
going up in value? Silver. Oh my.
It's still humming around $30.
Yeah, well, they both took a dip
I remember
Friday.
when I started, it was hovering around $14. So I'm doubling automatic.
Oh yeah, I'm on
Looky
the
pop.
on all of it. But when I started, it was 4.
Oh my. That was. Were you on Jesus's football team?
1842. Times were good.
Looky what I got.
Uh-oh. Let me see.
Let me jump out of the chat.
There you go.
Oh, you got that. You got shroomies.
Dang. Is that silver?
That's silver.
Yep.
No freaking. What is it? 20 ounces?
It's
3.
over 2.
Oh my.
I think it's close to 3, but I should
Yeah.
wait.
That thing, it looks huge. Is it hollow?
No, it's solid. It is heavy.
No,
That thing looks huge. It looks like it's more than 2 ounces, man.
yeah, it's over 2, but it's I think
let
it's
me
under
go weigh
3.
it. We'll find
Looks
out.
like about fucking 12 ounces.
Yeah,
to me.
Shroom Day poured it. He told me what it weighs, like 2.9
probably close to
ounces,
4.
2.7. No,
Jack Gelman in the house. What's up, my brother?
it's under 3, but man, that thing came out good.
It's 9.1 ounces.
I knew it.
9.
It ain't no 3. Come on now.
9 ounces?
Wait, y'all were starting to say 2? Come on now.
How many ounces is it?
Yeah,
9.
2
Over
ounces.
9 ounces.
It's probably 10.
9.2. I just weighed it.
Okay. And y'all, when I came up here, y'all talking about it's only a little over 2.
Hey,
It's a
you like my fringies?
Oh my! Is that what they call them nowadays?
That
Show us your fringies.
I'm gonna be nice to you today.
That matches the purse she sent me, Pops.
Oh my! You got a purse?
Yep.
KK sent me a purse.
Is it prison purse?
No, it's
Okay.
it matches my moccasins.
Oh damn!
It's
He
it.
sent it for his wife, and he
It's
won't let his wife have it.
Sterling made a bust of Trump out of silver, and it was 2, and it's a lot smaller than that thing.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Well, yeah, I was gonna get one of them from him to send to KK, and she about had a meltdown on me. So I said, okay, I'm not gonna send one.
Rocky Mountain, are you back? Come on up, brother. Here's the link. It's been a long time. We're getting the old gang back together tonight.
And I was
I
the
tell you
first
what.
Well, Steve, you contacted Steve. didn't contact me.
Oh my!
And I'm prettier than Steve.
I don't contact people.
I don't know.
I gotta
Steve looks pretty
get a contact high.
Well, thank
now,
you.
I'll tell you what, Hector is dead sexy. If I had to be gay, I'll go with Hector.
Oh my!
Oh my!
Rocky Mountain says it's
He's a cougar. All right, brother.
Yeah.
Good to hear from you, Rocky.
Yeah, Rocky.
Savage says, need to go back to sleep. It's 12:25. Well,
yeah.
Savage, it's
he's in California.
here.
California time. Hey, he's got fires to kill. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Full moon tonight, man.
Savage, you have a good one. Rocky, you too, brother. Yeah, Rocky did a live, 2 nights ago?
Yeah.
I missed out on all the good shit.
Well, I was live a couple of times.
Well, you know what, Pops? I'm going to have a competition with you and Steve and anyone else that knows music really well up against my girls.
All right. Wait, who's your girls?
She got a bunch of them in the chat, and some of them are pretty damn sharp. Savage, love and respect, brother.
Tammy Billman. What's that? That one gal. Oh my! I can already see where this is going.
I mean, Savage is only going to sleep 2 hours.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Oh my!
Yep. Oh my!
Yeah. He's still a fairly young whippersnapper. He can get away with that.
Well, he says he needs to go back to sleep.
Yeah.
So he's already slept.
We woke his ass up with our rowdy asses.
Yeah.
Let me go see what these troublemakers are up to. It's been a long time.
I know. Man, oh man. Okay, let me do a swung. Does anybody mind if I do a swung?
I figured he was just going to do that, play a song and leave. I go, oh, he ain't live.
You don't know me. But you knew me when you blew me.
This ain't live. Damn.
I am like I'm out.
Brand new sneakers and a fat gold chain. We do the good cocaine, and we don't feel no pain.
Yeah.
We don't complain. Everywhere I go, people know my name. We got the money and fame, and they don't treat me the same. Peckerwood status, live some Stillmatic. Born to cause static like radical fanatic. Jump out the bins with the semi-automatic and rob on my friends like a fucking drug addict. Revolutionary, very necessary. You couldn't bust a cherry. Fuck your commentary. I'm so legendary. Born again rhymer. Youngsters act scary when they round the old timer like yes sir, no sir. Truly it's an honor. Farmer of drama, harvesting karma, kamikaze dive bomber on suicide mission. My mental condition about to come to fruition. I'm all natural, no preservative, style superlative. You don't deserve to live. We never truly die. God was never born. Tell your vision lies. Watch that murder porn. Brand new sneakers and a fat gold chain. We do the good cocaine, and we don't feel no pain. And no, we don't complain. Everywhere I go, people know my name. We got the money and fame, and they don't treat me the same. And no, I don't complain. I smoke like Willie, party like Waylon, Wilder than David Lee Roth and Van Halen. I'm batshit crazier than Ye and Sarah Palin. Here's the boot sailing on all these rough waters. Mothers love their sons, fathers love their daughters. All the things they give us and all the things they taught us. The love that first made us and all the things that bought us. Like doing unto others, loving all your brothers, helping out your neighbors when they need a hand. But everyone went solo and drug like YOLO. And it's hard to tell a woman sometimes from a man. It's of all the confusion and everybody's losing, living fake lives up on Instagram. But everything's funny when you front for the money while the devil executes his fucking master plan. Like brand new sneakers in a fat gold chain. Oh, we do the good cocaine and we don't feel no pain.
We don't feel it.
No, we don't complain. And everywhere I go, people know my name. We got the money and fame, and they don't treat me the same. And no, I don't complain. And no, we don't complain.
All right.
Damn, I know that dude's face. Didn't he used to be a lead singer for a popular band?
Yeah, it was dadgum, man.
I'm drawing a blank.
It's the dudes that sing "Jump Around, Jump Up, and Get Down." Oh, House of Pain.
House of Pain.
Yeah. Man, his name is Everlast, but right now, man, that guy, he's got some good ones. He's been around forever too.
Yeah, well, hell, House of Pain. That was back in the 80s.
Yes. Jump up, and get down.
Yeah, that was on high rotation on MTV back in the day.
Oh my God, I remember that now.
Yes.
I was the first one in my block that got cable. Well, the reason is because I was the only one that moved back to the neighborhood because everybody else was my dad's neighbors, and they were all in their my dad's age group. Every person in the whole 5 blocks around my house and moved in there, and he says, "What are you putting in there, son?" I said, "I'm putting cable." What is darn person is cable? So I had people sitting in my living room watching the football games that could not see it on regular air, and they thought that was it. And then they all started getting cable.
Hey, Jack, have a good one, brother.
Man,
Good
everybody.
night, Jack Gelman.
Man,
Everybody's going to work or sleeping. I tell you, you've been off too long. Now
It's Friday night.
They
I
got
don't
the
work
bad
anymore.
habits. They don't stay up.
Hector, you retired?
Well,
You don't work
semi. They still ask me to come help out, so I go and help out, put the kids in
at
order.
the school? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you still? Are you going to do the census this year, or is that this year? Maybe not.
That's 2030.
Oh, what?
That's the
They
next
go-
census.
I thought they do it every 4 years.
Well, I won't have to worry about that one.
10 years. Yeah, I won't be there.
Well, I'm praying for you guys. It will be.
It's gonna
I'm
get
not sure
ugly.
that I'm praying that I want to be.
Yeah, man, it's getting ugly out here.
See, 10
We
years
don't
from
know.
now, that'd be Trump's third term.
Oh God, he's not even having a second, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my, I forgot about your fucking this guy.
Yeah, there's 2 of us.
Trump believers. Oh my God.
No. Me and you are non-Trump.
Trump
Oh,
2024, baby.
He is
Trump
stomping
never. That guy.
the
What?
living crap out of Biden.
He's stomping. Oh my God.
Even
You're out
amongst
at sea. People are brainwashed to think
It
that.
don't matter. They got
Yep.
All of Trump's little gang is all brainwashed, and then everyone else is normal. I don't know.
The only thing I got to say is that if he serves a 3rd term, he's breaking the law.
He will never
Not
serve
law
a 3rd
changed.
term.
Well, he wants to change the law.
No, he said that
He's
already.
not
He said he's
serving the second
he's
term.
life president for life. He said.
He said he wants to change the law and be immune to anything. I could beat people and shoot them, and I'm immune because I'm the president.
And you know something? That's a question I wanted to ask. If that thing, presidential immunity, is passed by saying to the Supreme Court, does Biden have the same power then to do what
Yep.
Trump says?
Yep.
It won't happen until he gets in. Which he
Wow,
never
but
will.
Yeah.
He never
that's
will
true.
get in.
You
He's
have
never
no
getting in.
in the
control.
meantime,
No. In the meantime, the law is the law still.
Well,
He
they
can't
have
No,
change.
wait a minute.
what's called qualified immunity, but that can be taken away if you
That's
abuse
that's
your
like
power.
I thought that was for police officers and
it
government
is
officials, not
Yeah.
president.
law enforcement.
Yeah, that's what I said. I wasn't meaning it was for president, but
Oh,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
there is such a thing as qualified immunity,
Yeah.
but full immunity for a president.
That's what Trump
No,
won.
that
No,
means he
yeah.
could push. That
Trump
means he
won
could push the red button and blow up China and be immune without even asking anybody.
Well, if he
Yeah.
does that, there's going to be nobody to prosecute him anyway because they're going to launch. Russia's going to launch. India's going to launch. Iran's going to launch. We'll all be dead.
Well, then what's the point of even having these shits?
There you go. There you go. That's what I was gonna say.
It's a freaking deterrent to keep one asshole from launching on another asshole.
Or are they all fake?
No, they're not fake.
We don't know. Has anyone ever shot one off? Come on now.
Yeah, they practiced with them.
Yeah, they did.
No,
I could
that was dropped out of a plane. That wasn't an ICBM.
I could tell you, but
Well,
I'd
my
have to
uncle
kill
was in
you.
Japan after the war was over with Japan, and there were people dying left and right from radiation burns.
Now that was not shot. That was not shot by a nuclear missile. It wasn't.
It was dropped by us.
Yeah.
They were, but both of Hiroshima and Nagasaki both of those bombs were dropped from a plane from very high altitude.
And they're like a firecracker today. compared
For
to
them to be able to launch
Exactly,
one,
Michael, you're right about that.
bro, we
It
could
was
blast that shit straight out of the sky before it got here.
Because now you have 10 warheads that can hit 10 cities out of one missile.
Yeah, it's bad stuff, man.
That's
Really
why
bad
you
stuff.
should. I'm pretty sure we're good on that. We're the leaders of it, at least. We're the leaders of
all
it.
it takes is one accident.
We're the inventors of it.
Well, you guys are probably not old enough, but I think I remember the Cuban Missile Crisis in October
Yes.
'63.
I
And
remember
we were
that.
scared. I mean, my parents were scared. I remember that very distinctly.
Yeah, well, we had to.
That
go
was in the
under-
60s?
We had to
63.
go under our
No
desk.
way. I don't remember
Yes.
that.
That's when
I can tell you October
JFK
63.
showed his balls.
Yes. I remember
That's why
that.
he got capped.
Probably.
I don't know.
Yep, but he kept Russia out of Cuba, and guess where Russia's at right now?
And guess where our fleet is right now?
Yep. I think he got capped.
They're at the bay also watching them.
Oh yeah, they got to be. I mean, heck, Cuba's 90 miles off Key West.
Yep.
And they've got nuclear submarines, and we don't know whether they're armed with nuclear warheads or not, but they're definitely armed with something, and they're 90 miles off our coast. So yeah, you can bet your ass the U.S. Navy is out there watching them.
Oh yeah, and the thing is, you don't want to be
You know-
detected. You don't
plus
want to be
you already-
on your face.
You know that they have the capability of shooting that shit down.
Yeah, I think the majority of it they would be able to take down while it's way out in the ocean. But I mean, just think of one or two sneak through, especially with the
hypersonic.
the nuclear warheads they have now compared to what was dropped in Japan. What we have now makes them look like pop rocks.
Well, if it's hypersonic, we can't stop them.
But I guarantee
you don't know what kind of laser shit they got up there in these satellites that could take them out.
Well, do you hear about the pulse ray they got now? It's an iron looking like projectile that's shot by electricity that is so powerful that it can go up to, I forget, there's some miles. They did it on a special on weaponry, and that thing can knock down a lot of stuff.
So first of all, also whatever they're telling the public, that's only 10% of what they really are working on right now. Yeah,
10% maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen, and I use that nicely. I'm going to go because you're all talking about that educational stuff I didn't want to learn. Okay?
Sorry. We can. We'll change the subject.
No. I'm going to go to bed, hon. I'm going to go to bed.
All right. We love you, Kathy.
Love you.
Yeah. Good night,
just
darling.
Remember, you always came back on my birthday.
Exactly.
Because you needed to see me.
Kathleen, we love you.
Oh, you had to do it. You
oh,
just
God.
Go there,
oh, my. You? What did I say?
What your hair's going to turn from blue to red.
Oh, my.
You know, when you do that, you live longer.
I can't bend my back anymore. Oh, she done put a hex on me.
No, I haven't, not yet.
Oh, God. I love you,
guys.
KK.
Have a blessed night.
You too, darling. See you tomorrow night.
See you later tonight.
Yes,
yeah, well, yeah, you're right. It will be later tonight.
You guys ever heard of SAC?
Strategic Air Command?
Oh,
Strategic Air Command. They had the B-52 bombers with payloads of nuclear bombs and also cruise missiles.
Yeah, John Wayne made a movie under that name.
World War II or what?
No, that was in the 50s.
Oh, okay.
And 60s. And my
uncle, I think it started towards the end of World War II, didn't it?
No, after Korea. Because my uncle was stationed at the Cal.
Good night, Jack Gelman. Jack Gelman has to go. Love you, brother. Thanks for coming through.
But they had the first SAC base only 45 minutes from my house. So my uncle was stationed there for a while.
You're living close to a target-rich environment.
Tell me about it.
You know what was 45 minutes from my house growing up? The fucking Edwards Air Force Base. We went to the first landing.
That's a bigger target.
Oh, yeah. I saw the first space shuttle land when President Reagan was there. I was like about 6 years old. Yeah.
Well, I've got a huge target a couple hours from my house. If they hit it, depending on the wind, it could wipe our entire state out. The Oak Ridge nuclear facility.
Oh my!
Well,
Oak Ridge boys.
The winds carry from west to east. So if it lands east of you, you're safe. It lands west of you.
Yeah, that's usually the case. It's not always the case, but yeah, usually our winds comes out of the west.
Like Yellowstone goes off. The West Coast is going to be the last person to hear about it.
You know what's
Everything
crazy?
Else go.
You know what's crazy? They elected the first woman president in Mexico.
Yeah, I remember.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, and they elected a Jewish
why is it
woman.
crazy?
She's Jewish.
Yeah.
Oh, they only had
cracked me up.
The only candidates they had was 2 chicks. So how was it not going to be a chick?
Well, because the other ones were assassinated. 11 of the pre-electives, they were assassinated.
Wow.
That's what got me is Mexico
that's my kind of democracy right there. No, not really. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, what spun me out is Mexico is predominantly Catholic.
95%.
For sure.
And they voted for a Jewish female president. Like, wow, I did not see that coming.
And she was also a California professor. I'm thinking if it's at Stanford or at Berkeley. I forget which one.
Oh, God. Yeah, Mexico's fucked.
Well, we'll see how ours turns out.
I don't think anyone's fucked. It's not too late to turn this ship around.
Anybody that comes out of Berkeley and ends up leading a nation, they're in the soup.
The only problem is that she's very conservative. She's what do you call those Jewish people that are really strict with rules? No.
Oh, I know.
I'll think of the name soon.
Acidic.
No. Acidic. They dress a certain way. This one's more. I don't want to say reformed. It's more like it's Orthodox. Not traditional Orthodox.
Non-Orthodox.
Well, non-Orthodox are reformists.
The Orthodox Jews weren't most of them like Greek and their origins was Greek. I mean They have
when it comes down to it, I don't give a fuck about who's what ethnicity you come down to. It's like are you peaceful or are you hateful?
Yeah.
There's a lot of hateful countries out there, man. And then there's a bunch of peaceful ones.
Well, they're all hating on us, and we've earned it.
Yeah, I know we did. Why? Because we try to be the world police. Fuck,
Yeah.
it's none of our business, man.
Well, actually, not police, but enforcing our way, the highway or no way.
Yeah,
And,
which is none of our fucking
that's
business.
what made them pissed off at us. That's why Mexico did all the nationalization of all of the companies, oil companies, because we had
Yes.
Standard Oil down there. We had every American oil company you can think of got nationalized because they were ripping people off, the government people too.
Yeah,
So I can see why they
man.
get pissed off. Venezuela did the same thing. Nicaragua did the same thing. Saudi Arabia did the same thing. They took over all the oil reserves that was financed by J.P. Morgan and what's the other guy's name? Chase and
all those countries you just named are all lining up to fall in bed with Russia and China and India.
Huh.
They're all chomping at the bit to join the BRICS.
Shoot, some parts of our United States have jumped in at the bit to go to Russia too.
If they want to go to Russia, give them a one-way ticket.
Yes, what I would say. That's what I would want to do. I said my dad and my grandfather and my dad's two brothers and my dad's two younger brothers all fought just to make sure that everybody has the same chance. But something, to tell you the truth, it really didn't come out to patriotism. It was just saving their ass. That's all it was. Once they got there, it was just saving their buddy's ass and their ass.
Huh.
Yeah, well, that's what it boils down to when you're in a firefight.
Yep.
Staying alive.
Dig that hole deep enough, you can't find China, but you sure want to find it to stay safe.
Yeah.
My son-in-law, my daughter's husband, he spent 2 tours in Afghanistan and Iraq. He saw some shit over there like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
Like when he got to Saddam Hussein's palace, then he saw 4 pallets of $100 bills stacked 4 feet high. 4 pallets. They couldn't count it. It was so much.
Did you see the amount of gold they found? They had an open top dumpster full of gold bars.
All the guys that found it, they got their faces blurred out so they won't be identified in the United States. And he said he was one of the white guys in the back. He didn't want to be in the picture.
That was a buttload of gold. I mean, when you start filling up half of a full-size open-top dumpster, not like a regular square dumpster you see behind the restaurants, but ones you see at like convenience centers. It was literally half full of gold bricks.
Speaking of gold, do you guys know Digging Dave?
Nah.
He's a coin guy and a prospector, using a metal detector. He said he took a box of pennies out to the bank, and in one of the rolls was a 1976 Chilean 20 peso gold piece.
Damn, he hit the jackpot.
Yeah, well, at yesterday's price, $311.26.
And it cost him a penny.
And cost him a penny.
Cha-ching.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that reminds me of this one time I was in Vegas. I found the cheapest hooker that money could buy. And she was a 10. She was a 10, bro. She was a dime piece. She was fully waxed on every. Hey, don't get me started. Her name was Sheila. Sheila from Vegas. Okay, that's all.
I go for the house call girls. That's how I would go for.
Oh man, you never know though. You might get a. Hey, never Never mind. Let's change the subject.
Yeah,
just,
don't
Alcohol.
kill yourself.
Hey,
I just take my wife and keep my ass out of trouble.
there you go. What does she put out?
She's still my wife, ain't she? I ain't that old yet. I'm sure it's right around the corner, but
Hey,
yeah.
you don't have to answer that. They say by the time you're 50, in your 20s, you're doing it 3 or 4 times a week, and get to your 50s, you're doing it once a month, and then when you get to your 60s, what were we talking about again?
Yeah, the old bean in the jar.
What were we talking about?
Yes, I've heard that. The first 10 years you're married, every time you do it, you put a bean in the jar. Then after that, every time you do it, you take one out, and you'll never.
Oh my!
Yeah, sorry, I'm calling bullshit on that.
Oh man, the old jar story.
I never heard that before.
Yep, I've heard it a few times.
Me too. Not only on sex, I've heard it on a thing about how often do you see your dad or your uncle or whatever, whoever you want to do. So you see him like once a month for 6, or they say you see him once a month, and you have 10 years left on you. So that's 80 times you're gonna see him. So you put 80 beans in the jar, and every time you come see him, or he comes to see you, you take one out. Then by the time that jar's empty, you're dead. Whoopsie. No. It's a way to think about it.
When I go visit my parents' grave, I always put a penny on their grave.
See, and how many dollars are you in on that?
Well, their resting place is only a half a mile around the corner. It's a country mile from their house.
Do you
So
put
I
a good
I
penny
go
or a shitty penny? You put
No, I
like a
give 'em
VDB on there?
2023 or 2024. I give them shenny pennies.
Yeah,
Oh,
I watched a video about that because I never understood why people put coins on tombstones.
Yeah,
I did.
Jewish people put a rock.
Yeah, well, the coins, if you do it according to quote unquote tradition, what denomination of coin
penny
depends on
means
your
a
relationship to them.
Penny means a relative or a friend.
Okay.
And it goes up. And I can't remember what the dime and the nickel represent.
I can't remember either.
The quarter means that the person died in your arms or died with them.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
I wonder what a silver eagle would be.
You must have killed him.
I killed that motherfucker. Here you go. $30.
No, it only goes to quarter. It only goes to quarter.
Yeah, but I used to always put quarters in my uncle's grave. And this was like 30 years ago, but he was a badass biker. He died on his bike, and we went to the funeral. I was like 8 years old. And then, man, 500 bikers must have pulled up. I don't know how many. It was a thunder. All you could hear was thunder and bikers rolling up through there, and they all put their stuff put something in the coffin or in the hole. Man, that was the first funeral I ever went to, and I've only went to one after that. And I'm not going to any more. Fuck it.
Wish I could say that.
Well, I don't judge anyone for going to him, but my reason for not going to him is he ain't there. Well, I don't want to hang around with all y'all sitting there crying while I could just be getting fucked up at the house, praising his life. And
I hate funerals, but it's like all my friends are all getting older, and a lot of them passed away. A lot of people I grew up with,
You got friends?
Yeah, I got a few.
Oh,
they're obviously they're not very bright, but I've got a big family. My wife's got a big family. Every time I turn around, somebody's dying, and I always get asked to be a pallbearer.
Oh my!
And you
can't refuse it.
I cannot say no. I just can't.
You can't. I've only done it once, man, and I could not. I already told them ahead of time I'm not going to the funeral, and then sure enough, they said you're a pallbearer. Okay, I'm going to the funeral.
Yeah, it kind of takes your choice out of it.
But that was my best friend, my boss of 20 years. I mean,
well, I mean,
he carried me, I carry him.
Yeah, I mean, when they ask you that, it was out of respect. That's why you can't say no. You just can't.
David Carlisle.
Dave's not here. Oh,
What do you got holding up there, Nickel?
it's a gold back.
I got this the other day.
I'll give you $250 for it.
This is from like the 1850, 1860.
What is that, a cameo?
Cameo.
Yeah, I believe it's 18 karat gold.
You always believe everything's 18 karat gold.
Now this,
unless it's stamped on the back.
I couldn't find the actual stamp. But this here is 800 silver, and it's got the. I don't know if you can see it. It's got the. They put their hair in it. So whoever this was a redhead.
Is that German?
I have no idea. I don't see a brand.
The Germans.
I know it's from between 1860 and 1880s.
Yeah, because back in the day, the Germans used a lot of 80% silver. That was their version of sterling.
This is probably from the 50s or 60s. It's just gold colored. It's probably
the thing I want to collect start now is collecting pocket watches.
Oh, got a bunch of gold ones.
I used to collect pocket watches, and then I got over it.
I have my dad's and my grandfather's.
That's what I open boxes with.
Now those are scary.
That's what he goes after them Hoosiers in downtown Indianapolis with.
Sharp people. Where is this?
Yeah, I've seen you open more than one package of that thing.
Oh, I've gone all the way through them. I'm going, man, I didn't mean to go that deep.
Hey, pretty much. Nickel, what do you use to sharpen them?
I haven't had to sharpen it yet. Woo.
My dad used to have a barber strap.
Yep, you can get those.
Yep, in the South they called it a strop. Big old thick piece of leather.
The strop.
Yeah, that's the way to sharpen it without, you put something like that on a stone, it's gonna curl the edges because that edge is so fine.
I got half an ounce of silver coins the other day with it. I paid $5. I got Canadian pennies, Canadian nickels, Canadian silver. I got all that, and I only paid $5 for that.
Nickel. How do I take the dead gum banner off my shit right here? Any clue?
Why not just keep it up?
I don't care. Yeah, I guess. But yeah, whatever. But in other news, I'm going to play a song. This one goes out to all my best homies.
You know what we're going to do for you? We're going to play you our newest single off of our newest album, The Whippoorwill. It's called Ain't Much Left of Me.
Oh, my.
It's a nobody knows you when you're down and out kind of song.
Now I'm lost. Oh.
Infinity.
I know. I did it wrong. Sons of bitches.
Sunny beaches.
Stop sharing. Now I don't even know how to get rid of this piece.
Like
oh my goodness!
Wow, I kind of like that. That's kind of cool.
That's a domino, baby.
Pass out the acid.
Domino, motherfucker.
What's that elephant song? It looks like the video. They keep going. It's just picture to picture to picture.
Okay, I think I figured it out.
When you don't have a nickel. David Lee Murphy and I initially wrote it on a couple of acoustic
I didn't.
guitars.
Not playing. Share the. Now it's in reverse.
You're rusty. You're rusty.
I know. I used to know. Okay,
That
present.
dude looked like Sebastian Bach had a baby with Alice Cooper.
They probably did have a baby.
Hey, is it true that Alice Cooper is now a religious Christian?
Oh, he has been for years. I mean, his
Really?
father was a preacher.
But when I knew Alice Cooper back in the early 70s and late 60s, I remember him being like really anti-church.
No, he was never anti-church, but he was never,
Well,
he never.
some of his interviews I remember back in Midnight Special and what was the other one? Golly.
Now
I'm
his
losing
song
it.
is Sunday School is out for summer. That's the song now.
Yeah, he's getting old. He's definitely very religious, and he talks about it quite often.
Because I just saw him in an interview not too long ago.
You know what his
Donald
real name
Sutherland
is?
died. Y'all know that?
No, I don't.
Vincent Fernier.
Women's problems. Did you know your men complain about their problems, do you?
That's because men don't have any problems compared to women.
And that's God's will, so forget it.
I mean, God's mistake.
Hey, God don't make no mistakes. That's how we got to be good. Don't be blaming nothing on God that use women wrong on yourself.
Archie Bunker.
You don't believe me? Read your Bible. Read the story of Adam and Eve there. You know, Adam and Eve, they had it pretty soft out in paradise. They had no problems. They didn't even know they was naked. But Eve, she wasn't satisfied with that. See? And then one day, against direct order, she made poor Adam eat that apple. God got sore. He told him to get the clothes on and get the hell out of here.
Oh my. Okay.
My dad's nickname back in when that was playing, it was Archie Bunker. That was my dad exactly.
Oh man,
Archie Bunker and the Dingbat. I remember that show. That show was hilarious. Could you imagine them trying to play that now?
Well, how about Blazing Saddles, the movie? You couldn't play that either nowadays.
Yeah, no. There's so much shit we grew up watching that even up into the 90s, early 2000s, they wouldn't dare play now.
They do. They put reruns, but they put a disclaimer on with it because people still complain.
Not on TV, maybe on cable. They don't put that shit on regular TV.
I haven't seen All in the Family. I haven't seen All in the Family on TV in decades.
Yeah,
I watch them. You got Ion? You got any of those stations?
Well, that's different. That's cable. You won't find it on the mainstream.
And that's also a paid service too.
You ain't gonna find it on Fox or on whatever.
The best episode of Archie Bunker is the one where Sammy Davis Jr. showed up and kissed him on the cheek.
Yeah.
You remember that?
No,
that was awesome.
So freaking funny. Sammy Davis Jr. kissed him on the cheek.
He said, you want any sugar with your eye? I mean, because he had a fake eye, you know.
Yep. The Candy Man.
My favorite Archie Bunker line of all time. I'm sure you guys already know it. Steve, you probably know it, at least. He says, Archie, we got to put a cap on these guns. They're killing thousands every day. Archie says, well, sweetheart, would you feel any better if they was pushed out of windows? Yeah. If you want to kill anyone, you're going to kill them. It doesn't matter if you have a gun or not. Shit. Are they going to ban machetes? Are they going to ban fucking
hammers?
2-story buildings? Hammers?
How about domestic men who beat their wives? We should just shoot them and run the spot.
I guess. But then you got to take her word for it, right?
Well,
hey, baby, boom.
I don't know if he's married to a Karen. I might cut him some slack, but Still,
Well, the only
if
thing I
things
can
are that
say,
bad, you need to nut up and walk away.
yeah, but that's a lot of the guys don't do that. They don't walk away.
Bitches will lie though. Don't worry, they will lie.
I believe that, but I was helping my friend who's he was a police officer, but he also owned a tow truck service, and we went and there was a fight between a husband and wife, and we went. I had to go pick up the vehicle they were driving in, and when they put her in the hospital, she had a compound fracture on both her arms.
Mm.
Damn, I never seen anything that bad.
And then the husband was like, "She fell down the stairs on purpose."
No, he ran her over with a car.
On guns.
He ran out over with a car.
Oh damn!
I'm gonna be doing a live on guns, constitutional and OTG.
Well, constitutional starts bitching about Trump being soft on guns. I'm gonna unload on his ass.
Well, you get your chance because he's going to, and so is
he always does.
He's more guns than.
Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember the shooting they had in Las Vegas where 58 or 59 people were killed
during the concert? Yeah,
the fake one.
Trump signed a ban on all assault rifles at that time, and then now the Supreme Court overturned that.
That thing was a setup, and it was all bullshit.
I
don't ever remember seeing Trump sign a ban on assault rifles.
Look it up.
He's for the red flag, and he's for the stocks thing, which the Supreme Court overruled already.
Yeah, the bump stock. Yeah,
the bump stock. Well, now they're trying to bring the bump stock ban back into.
It's already
play.
Back. It's already back. The Supreme Court this year overturned it. Now bump stocks are more legal now.
No, they're legal now, but they're trying to make them illegal again.
No.
Yes.
I just heard it. Well, who's leading that?
The Democrats. Who do you think? Gun hating son of bitches.
Well, Trump started it first by banning it the first time.
But Trump did not ban any specific weapon, though. He said bump stock, not the weapon. He might discover if he thinks he can get a deal from the Democrats. He might try it. I don't know.
No, he won't deal with the Democrats. Are you kidding me?
Why would you want to deal with the Democrat?
Why would he?
Should.
It's like making a deal with the devil.
Well,
yeah, you're right. Who's the devil?
I said, kill them all. Let God sort them out.
Yeah, but you've all got different devils.
Well, why would anyone be a Democrat or a Republican? Why can't you just be an American?
Because
you got to be a Democrat or you got to be divided.
Constitutional is not going to vote for Trump.
Yeah, he's gonna vote for himself.
Yeah.
Today's court just did an 8-1 with Clarence Thomas descending on the Second Amendment backup that is consistent with the Second Amendment to take away temporarily the weapons of a domestic abuser.
I'm going to ask that question. I'm going to see what those two answer. I can tell you OTG. He's going to say, oh, no, you don't have the right to do that. I'm going, well, some people don't need to have guns. You can't just let anybody and everybody have guns. You just can't.
Well, I mean, dude, have you ever bought a gun? Do you? Everybody says you need stronger background checks. The background checks are crazy.
We need to know psychological stuff. We need to have their.
Yeah, we don't have a gun issue. We have a psychological nut job issue. That's what we have in this country.
Oh yeah, there was 3 people killed today and 11 other people wounded.
Arkansas.
Yeah, 4 people.
Grocery store. Can't even go get a can of peaches without getting your butt shot.
Well, you know what the old joke is? Anybody carrying an AR-15 walking the street, walk the other direction.
Well, a lot of people here carry, and I never get worried.
That's why you don't see. That's why you don't see me walking the street with somebody's carrying a gun, because I don't have one. I need to get one.
Yeah, thank goodness I live in a constitutional carry state. I can carry one concealed. I can carry one open. I can walk through the middle of town with an AR slung over each shoulder. And
yeah, cops don't like that though.
Well, it don't matter what they like. It's the law.
Well, laws always change for the benefit of the person who's asking for it.
Yeah, the cops know me. They're.
Oh, that's the point. That's the point. You see, that's the point. People that know each other that do carry, they're not going to worry about it. It's the person that you don't know who's going to carry.
No, they know me well enough to know that they give me too much shit that they have this little bit of thought in the back of their minds that this dude just might snap.
Well, it's gotten so bad. My wife and I discussed it already. That if anything happens at church or wherever we got our grandkids, she goes one direction, I'm going towards the guy.
Well,
That's our plan.
Let me ask Steve this: what happens if Trump does get elected? He's got a 66% chance he's going to now. Well, if he does ban the AR-15, what would you do?
He won't ban it. He's got the NRA. He's not.
Yeah,
ban it.
He won't ban it, and I don't give a damn if he does. Ain't no politician gonna tell me what gun I can or cannot have. If they want to come and get them, they can do it right after they kill me.
Hope family's not in the way. I really pray for that.
What's that?
A lot of family members, like the Waco, and we had an incident here, and I don't know if you guys heard it back east, and we had a guy up here in what's that place called? Wani. Two of the cops they were serving a warrant for another guy on the same property, and the brother I forget how it goes, but another adult male came out shooting, killed two cops. And then when the other responding officers, they shot the place up. Well, they hit a 14-year-old boy and his mother because of his. But anyway, it's really a big controversy right now in California because of the issues that the cops shouldn't have been shooting up like that, but also two cops were killed.
So Hector,
yeah.
Should an AR-15 be legal for a citizen to have?
Well, let me tell you this. When my dad came from the war, he couldn't bring his weapon home, and it was a M1 Garand 30-06 semi-automatic with 8 rounds. My cousins that went to Vietnam, when they wanted to bring their weapons, they couldn't bring them, the same ones that are now. They shoot the same capacity. They couldn't bring. They just said it because it was government property. But
well, that most people were not allowed to bring their weapons home.
He couldn't even bring a souvenir from my dad. I don't know how he snuck it in, but he brought home a Japanese Nambu 6.5 millimeter, and it was an expensive gun, because it was a war souvenir. Dad took it off the guy, and he didn't want it anymore because he only had one bullet, and they didn't make that round anymore. So he sold it. He got a good penny for it, but he wasn't supposed to bring it home. And it was how big
a clip should you be allowed to have?
As big as you want.
How many bad shots do you need to kill a deer?
I'm not talking about deer hunting. Deer hunting, I only need one shot.
To me, that is what I think is the most useful. When you use an AR-15, I don't think drywall, and I don't know what you guys have in your. I don't know if you have wooden walls inside but we have drywall. You ain't gonna stop an AR-15 bullet. It's 7.65 and whatever it comes through. Now most defenses.
No, AR-15 shoots 243.
243.
Yeah,
okay.
It's not much more than 22.
Or a 5.56.
My neighbor is a SWAT officer for Madera County, and he tells me the best gun you should have is a shotgun. Because if you're not used to shooting people or having an excitement in your life, that sudden point and shoot, that's the best thing with the pattern.
Well, for home defense. If somebody comes in your house, a shotgun is your best bet if you don't know how to shoot, because you don't have to aim it, you just point
it. I agree with that 100%.
Yep.
Well, with that being said, we got plenty of shotguns.
So five shot clip, is that it? You think that should be the max?
Hell no.
I'm asking Hector. I know what you're gonna say.
I want to ask a question. To have those kind of weapons, are you thinking that it's someone coming to the house or the government taking over the society, or is it weapons for overturning the government?
I'm more worried about protecting my family from the government than I am somebody breaking into my house.
And here's my issue with that. Government are made of people. Governments do not do the worst. It's the people that we have to worry about that's in the government. You see, people use the word government and it seems to have a catch-all to enumerate like saying, oh, there's a plan. Well, who are those people in the plan?
I mean, think about have you seen the clown that runs the ATF? This big stupid baby Huey son of a bitch who doesn't know his ass from an elbow about a gun. Have any of you guys seen him or heard him talk?
Have you seen the cops who were so scared of one guy with an AR-15 and in Uvalde, Texas, where my wife's family was, or is, I should say, and we knew most of the people in the town that were on there, and it's divided the town to one side to another, and there's 13 kids dead because the cops were afraid of an AR-15.
Well, they got no business being cops.
Then there's the guy who traveled from some city to El Paso, Texas, just to pick off Mexicans in a shopping mall. 22 people were injured, and I don't know how many were dead.
I think AR-15.
That's what scares me. Not so much that you own guns, but every time someone says, "Well, a good guy with a gun can do better than a bad guy with a gun," but the only thing is, some of these guns were bought legally. So when do you know a bad guy becomes a bad guy when he's a good guy when he first buys them?
Well, someone's trying to break in your home, but I think as long as the bad
well, I'm not talking about breaking your. I'm
AR-15,
not saying about breaking.
The good guy has to have an AR-15. That's what I say.
Okay, but the thing is, out of 234 shootings, mass shootings this year alone, up to yesterday's date, at that Mad Butcher's place, none of them were breaking into the house.
What did the guy in Arkansas use, you know?
Well, the guy in Arkansas was shooting some people because they were buying groceries.
What caliber did he use? Was he using AR-15?
Hey, you can kill a person with a 22 as much as you can with 30-06. I'm just saying that if you're protecting your family, good.
Well, an AR-15 round is a lot closer to a 22 than it is a 30-06.
Yeah, 223, right? Okay. My thing is, if that's the sole purpose of you protecting your family at your home, that's 100%. I believe it. I wouldn't even discuss it. I wouldn't even have anybody protest because a person has a home defensive system. What I'm talking about is the number of people that are doing their. I mean, even a cop at that Tops in New York. I don't know how many people got killed, but he was a veteran cop, ex-army, who did Iraq and all that, and he shot the guy, but the guy was armored. I mean, the guy lived but he killed quite a few people. I'm talking about home defense. Great, I have no argument with that. As a matter of fact, I'll back your position that any gun that you keep at home and you use it for your defense of your family. But I'm talking about is the people that, as so far, we've had 234 mass shootings. We've had 3 people yesterday get killed, a day before yesterday, and 11 people, and one of them was a 14-year-old boy and his mother. That's where I have to draw the line, because if you're in a place where your house is your castle, just like in Florida, stand your ground. I believe it. That's great. But I can't see using that kind of weaponry because the guy goes rogue. He buys it legally. He buys his ammo legally, and all of a sudden one day, poof.
Yeah, but if he's in good standing, he goes nuts later. There's not a whole lot
is the operative word. If. When do you know it's not? See, like I said, I'll back you guys 1,000% on the Second Amendment. If I have to die for it, I'll do it. But I don't see the man who, let's say Las Vegas. You know how many guns he up there? I couldn't even tell you how many. They're all over the floor. He had the boxes and boxes of canned ammo. He modified all his rifles from semi-automatic to full automatic. Bump stock on one of them. But when you're going to a library, a church, market, That's where I draw the line.
School.
Oh my God, the school that okay, I've been seeing and being teaching my kids since 1998 when I was teaching kids at 2. It used to be when I was a kid, it was duck and cover because it was an earthquake. It was a tornado, which was really rare. But in 1998, the end of the year, because of Columbine, I had to tell the kids either you have to hide quietly, turn off your lights, close the door, lock the door, pull the shades, and you can't talk. All the kids were laughing. They were laughing every time we did the drill. Last year, when I had to do, well, this last semester, I had to do the drill because we had a real person on campus with a gun 2 months ago. It was a 14-year-old kid. He was
Well, you
mad.
got to have. You're going to have to. The parents need to have them locked up.
Well, guess what? The gun was locked up in a safe, but somehow the boy found the combination.
Well,
So they couldn't charge the parents. And then there's 2 parents right now. They're going to spend 12 to 15 years each because their son got a birthday gift of a gun. He was only 15 years old. And both of them are now found next. They can't go in there after the NRA because they're the ones lobbying all the government officials. See, it isn't the government; it's the officials. You see, when you say the government, guys, I want you to start naming names. Who's letting, like you said, the name of the guy that ATF, the
I can't remember his name, but he's
yeah, I
big
can't
baby
either.
Huey looking bastard.
Yeah, I remember he was in front of.
Every time I see him, I want to punch him in the throat.
Yeah.
What I want to see is if that's the case, don't say government anymore. They're getting away with that. Every time they say the government and you don't put names on the policies that you don't like, they get away with shit. You got to be more informed about who's allowing, who's not allowing, who's doing the dirty work. Like today, I just found out that Ted Cruz, the great state of Texas, he was doing political. You can't call on government phones. You can't use your office for political fundraising. Today, a guy from Texas who was a reporter found this papers that showed 19 different um, um, donors. One belongs to Lowe's Improvement Center. Another guy is some kind of Estee Lauder cosmetic company that they were supposed to owe money and they hadn't paid him yet. So he's going around calling them up. And now he's off until the 8th of July, the Senate, and he's going to go to New York to meet with all these people so he can get the money for his campaign, which is illegal on Capitol grounds.
Well, a lot of Democrats get money from China. I think.
Hey, I don't. Hey, Nickel, you don't have to tell me anything. Right now, Menendez, that guy should be fired up. He should be going to jail.
He got
if everything's proven, but he's innocent until proven guilty, just like we have to do with Trump. But the problem I'm having is, if you want protecting your home, I haven't found after 234 different mass shootings this year, I haven't seen any of them home invasion. I haven't seen anybody protecting their family. These are people going to a shopping center, a church. I mean, I had to take 2 people out of my church during mass, and I dropped my grandson to my wife, and I told her, if you hear anything, a bang, I don't care what it sounds like, you out that door and you go home. Leave me here. So I took the guy up and strong-armed him. I had to physically put him in an arm bar because he was so out of it and so mad at the church. I mean, see, that's the difference I'm saying. If you guys want to protect your home, I have no problems with what you have at home. I don't care if it's a bazooka. I don't care if it's a nuclear armament. But damn. But my problem is, how do we fix the problem with the guy who goes to a church and shoots 8 people, or goes to Columbine and shoots 22 students plus 6 teachers, or even my students? They're now scared. Every time we do a drill, it's now the opposite. They sit there and cry sometimes. We had to lockdown one time, and girls were calling their parents. because we had a lockdown, and the student was trying to open not my doors. I don't know where he went, but we couldn't even call. We couldn't call for help. We couldn't. We couldn't look out the windows. We couldn't even wait. And even our principal and vice principal and security, they were out there looking for the guy, and they're unarmed. That's the only part I'm saying. If
they
you guys
should
want
be
to know,
armed.
you know how many people don't know how to use a firearm? They want to give me one, and I know how to use one.
Well,
but I said no.
The ones that don't, there's plenty of classes they can take.
Classes don't give you experience.
No, but it gives you greater
my
knowledge.
son-in-law tells me, my son-in-law in combat, when he says he's got a green guy, they always put him in the back because there's always a danger he's going to shoot somebody's ass off.
Yeah, that'll freeze up.
Exactly.
One problem is they don't keep these guys in jail. Those kind. Do away with parole. We don't keep parole. Do away with it. Keep them in there, and they can't commit crimes if they're in there.
But it isn't but the thing is, a lot of these, if you look up the FBI statistics and you look up at every person who's ever did a mass shooting, most of them have never been in trouble. I would say most of them. I wouldn't say all of them, but most of them have never been with the law. They don't know the
but
motive.
most of them have dealt with mental health individuals.
Right. If we had the records, we would know that, and we could stop.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Hunter Biden. He's going to jail maybe for 12 years for having a firearm and lying on a form to say that he was not addicted to drugs. Anybody else, like right now, Trump got his CC concealed weapons permit taken away because he's a convicted felon. People are saying he should keep it because he was the president of the United States. But if we follow the law the way it's supposed to be, if Hunter Biden is going the same way and he's just an ordinary citizen, way more ordinary than Trump, because Trump was ex-president.
Hunter Biden's a piece of shit crackhead.
Exactly. Hey, I'm not defending his position. I'm saying he lied. If he lied and he got convicted, that's the way it is. There is no other reason other than protecting your family with an AR-15. I could care less if you had an AR-15.
Believe it or not.
But how do we fix the problem? And that's the one question I've always. I like guns. I don't own guns. I fired AR-15s. I've even done a 30 caliber machine gun with my uncles who were in the service still. I like the thing of it, but I just can't see what is the solution to stop people from killing people, even though some of them have never had a record. They've never been with a mental person. All of a sudden, one day, they get pissed off at work and they go to UPS and they start shooting their supervisors.
You can't, because you got free will, and these people can do evil if they want to do evil. You can do good if you want to do good.
That's the argument, though. People who favor guns for the Second Amendment, under the Second Amendment, even when people are mentally ill, the guy selling the gun, he's not a trained professional, I'll tell you that. And the guy who's going to sign that paper saying he's never had mental issues, he's not going to say he admits to it.
So you're for that. So you agree with me. I think we should know everybody's mental capacities. We need to know that information. And if you're going to buy a gun, you got to be willing to give it up. That should be a requirement.
Okay, my wife grew up with guns. I didn't grow up with guns. My wife's family did not go in the military except for her brothers later on. My family has been since World War I, and I told Steve this. Even some of my uncles never became citizens because they were denied citizenship, even though they fought for this country. They swore allegiance to this country. They paid their taxes, and yet they still didn't want to do it because of the discrimination they best spot. And that's the same thing as saying one person has the right to carry a gun, but a person who protects at home, I'm 100% for that, 1,000%. But what I can't see is that if a person removes that gun from that home and he goes out and shoots somebody, even though he bought the gun legally, he never had any problems with the police, he never had mental problems before, Because there've been some cases in the FBI files, in the police reports, and even news accounts that says people have been, they just go bonkers or they just go crazy and they start shooting people.
Well,
and then the guy in Las Vegas, the guy who killed the 59 people or 58 people, they don't know why he did it.
All right. I'll say the same thing about road rage. There's people with absolutely no record, never been arrested, never had seen a psychologist, and they'll get upset over something on the road and try to run everybody over with their car. So what do you do with them?
Okay, then what's wrong with the same idea of a domestic person who's battered by their husband or their female? Because in some cases it's been females, to take the guns away from them.
They should not have a gun, and that we're going to
Then
talk
I would
about
say
that in my life.
but in traffic court, if you're found guilty and you harm a person, it depends on the degree of assault, you can have your car taken away. Guns, you can't.
Well, yeah, you can. We got the red flag stuff. You can now do something.
Well, that varies state to state.
Yeah, it does.
We do not have red flag laws.
Now this Supreme Court decision, it was 8-1. Clarence was the only one that did not vote in favor of it. Excuse me. But
you know what gets me is,
yes, sir.
You know, I've never had a mental illness. I've never seen a shrink. Never had any kind of mental issues. But after I had my traumatic brain injury, they lumped me in the same category as crazy people, and I cannot go out and buy a firearm now.
Steve, I'm sorry that happened to you, but let me tell you something. In my family, I've got at least 3 of my cousins that went to Vietnam in Desert Storm. My son-in-law got hit with an IED. It picked up his Humvee and dropped him upside down in his Humvee twice. We have to watch out for him because he's told me he's getting some strange ideas sometimes, and he doesn't go to the doctor. He's been screened. He came home from the service. My other 2 cousins, one died, and I can't tell you any more about him because he died of Agent Orange. He had cancer of the hip. And my other cousin, we don't talk too much because we're a little leery sometimes. His wife divorced him because of his behavior. He doesn't work very much. He's on disability. And things like that kind of, gives me apprehension because if it's a traumatic brain injury, you never know when, well, and you know this more than I do probably, but have you heard of people that have issues when you were an EMT? It was hard to figure out what was wrong were they on drugs, or they having a medical episode that influences their thinking, or do they have some kind of misfunction of their brain?
Yeah, well, it depends on what part of your brain suffers the trauma.
But you don't know that when you first run up to a person. And to me, EMTs, boy, I mean, I think this rule is that EMTs can't roll to a scene unless it's cleared by the cops and everything's safe. Is that true?
Well, that was the standard operational procedure, but I violated that on a few occasions when I knew somebody. I'm sitting outside the entrance of the projects,
mm-hmm.
and I see somebody on the ground bleeding out with 50 people around them, and I'm waiting on the cops, and I'm like, God, fuck the cops, I'm going. But even then, when it was totally illegal, I had a pistol in my pocket the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
And if I would have got caught with it, I would have been in some deep shit.
Right.
Well, let me ask you this, Hector. Should we have gun shows?
Yes. I've been to them.
Okay. And they should be able to sell.
No. To me.
I knew you were going to say no. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. The thing is, they don't do any kind of checks. Really, they don't. Because
they're not required to.
Yeah, exactly.
And unless they're a
Exactly.
professional dealer. Now,
And when I
a
walked away
peer-to-peer
from,
buy, you know, you know, ask them, it only makes sense to ask them if they're a felon. And anytime I've ever done
they never asked me that.
anytime I've ever done any kind of transactions at a gun show, I made sure I saw their ID and I would make them write out a bill of sale, or I would write out a bill of sale.
Well, I might need Hector's help with this live because I'm going to get it good because there's some things I think it ought to be constitutional. Not going to agree. I get OTG is going to go nuts. So
what's OTG?
I forget what it stands for, but he don't think you should even have to fill out anything to get a gun. Yeah, he thinks it's there. You should be able to buy it. And if it didn't say it in the Constitution that you have to be checked or you have to be this or that, he don't think you should. He is like a very extreme gun right.
Well, I would not go that far, but hey, George is in the chat. What's going on, brother?
He thinks that the Biden thing should be thrown out because you shouldn't have to fill out anything like that, paperwork like that anymore.
The thing with the Supreme Court isn't a Biden thing. That was a domestic dispute because Remy, this guy that was a drug dealer, beat his wife up, or ex-wife, or whatever she is now, to the point where she's physically handicapped for a while. And I don't know how to explain this because I don't know the whole story behind it. But my main concern isn't so much about you having a gun at home. I have no problems with that. But when you see, 13 kids from Uvalde, and I know some of the family in Uvalde, Texas, there's a little bit of difference. I mean, if it doesn't happen to you, for me, my wife was upset because they interviewed her cousin right on TV. She saw her great aunt's grandson being pulled out of the windows when the cops were afraid to go and confront the guy. Well, then you hear a phone call of a little girl in room 13 saying, "Come help me, tell my daddy." And then a few minutes later, she's dead because they didn't go in and stop it. Where's the good guy with the gun?
Yeah, those cops should have.
And they're getting sued and they're getting prosecuted.
Well, they should be.
Well, doesn't bring the kids back or the husband that died because his wife got shot.
They have duty. They have a duty.
Yeah. Well, I am for guns. I am for your rights to have a gun. But my issue is, when do you say at home is okay, but going to a church, going to a market, going to a school and killing little kids? When is that line? How do we fix that? I'm asking you guys because you're the ones that really want this to work. To keep your guns.
That's why I go back to saying that's a mental health issue, and it should be. Really, you think somebody in their sane mind is going to walk into a church and start shooting up the place?
Yep.
Yeah, even a person upset and mad is not going to do that.
No, they have to have serious mental issues.
You think hatred is a mental issue?
If it's strong enough hatred, yeah.
Well, then about the 26 people that were shot and some were killed in El Paso, Texas, because the guy drove 300 miles just to pick off Mexicans.
80% of the population have some form of mental illness.
Wow. Then if everybody should check the mark that says I have a mental issue, then nobody gets guns. That's not going to work. That will not work.
I'm just saying that's what the statistics they say. Like,
if that statistic is invalid in that point, then 240 million people shouldn't own guns, and that includes kids.
Did we lose Pops?
I don't think so. I think he's
in the background.
I think he's just listening to us. He's entertained. He's I can't believe he don't have an opinion. But I did see him in the chat. I did see him in the chat say he's got a shotgun. I knew
my wife just today. I mean, well, today's Saturday, but last night we were hearing about the shooting in Arkansas. Those 3 people that were killed and other people that were in critical condition, 11 people. First time I ever heard her say we need to get a gun. First time.
Yeah, you should listen to her.
I'll tell you what. If I can't get to the gun before he walks in the door, I can't have it with me all the time because my grandkids are always with us. I can't carry it because I don't know. It's
Well,
the
you can't get caught carrying it.
Yeah, that's the point. My neighbor down the street, I told you, was on SWAT, right?
Yeah.
His police chief wants more people to be on the street as officers because they're so shorthanded right now. Nobody respects the cops. And his recruitment is down the toilet. He needs 12 officers right now, and he can't get them.
Shit, I wouldn't want to be a cop in California.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a cop anywhere.
You get
not the way people.
Your boss
you cannot be a cop in California. You can't be a cop anywhere.
Your bosses,
not all people respect them.
They want political points, so they sacrifice them.
Yeah,
so
I could never be a police officer. I do not have the patience or the proper disposition to be a police officer.
Yeah, it should, David. It's not anymore, but it should be. So a lot of it is how you brought up too.
Yeah,
all I want is a solution.
I've had
if we have to honor the Constitution, then we should listen to the preamble. The preamble, everybody forgot about that.
Yeah, not all of us.
You'd be surprised when it's an argument, they forget. It's not a point.
Yeah, well, I guarantee you, you ask 100 people about the preamble, you'd be lucky if 1 out of 100 gets it anywhere near right.
Let me ask you this: do you think that we should have mandatory military service?
Yes.
2 years or 4?
2 years.
You know, I used to be, I didn't, but I'm beginning to believe we should. I'm
you know
really
why?
starting
Mexico, which is the most socialistic country south of us, and they were on our side during World War II, and yet we have to. The thing is that how we respect each other. I don't care if it's Canada, Mexico, Cuba. If we don't respect each other and our deals, we work it out. Our differences, compromise, we're sunk.
Well, let me ask you this: should we have naturalized relations with Cuba years ago? Like
no.
I think so.
because every person who lands in Florida from Cuba automatically gets admitted asylum.
Well, but if we have normal relations with them, they're not going to have to leave Cuba anymore.
They don't want relations with us. They want right now. That's why the reason why they have a Russian sub, because he's trying to whoever's in charge of Cuba right now, he wants military and financial aid and food.
Well,
that's why they're in bed with Putin.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I would, if I was president, I'd already told him. I said, "Hey, you send Russia home. We're cool."
Let me give you a reason why we should have some kind of diplomatic relations, not social ones. But for some reason, every time a country loses its benefit of being a socialist country or a communist country, they always emulate the Western lifestyle. And if you look at other countries around the world, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, I did a study on the patterns of even Germany. When the wall came down, it's because of American and Western influence. if you let more Americans, let's say, interact, maybe just socially, vacation, the ideas that we have is corrupting to them. Or what they call us corrupted to society as it is. But if we're able to change their communistic ways, I mean, why do you think North Korea doesn't want any um, flash drives smuggling into the country because they show movies? It's a black market. Now they're throwing trash back from North Korea to South Korea because they're giving the sample and saying that what you guys send us is trash. They have speakers blasting 24/7 across the border, and people are listening to the news, music. I don't know what else they send over there, but in their own language, and they're trying to convince people that maybe Russia's not a good place to be either, nor North Korea, China.
They just made a pact with Russia, so a mutual
Oh, I know,
pact.
I know.
If North
And I
Korea
worry
is
about that.
attacked, Russia comes to their aid. If Russia gets attacked, North Korea can come to their
For the
aid.
same reason, Sweden and Finland and Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, the Slovenia, Lithuania, all the NATO countries. That's why it's stronger than having Russia invade Ukraine and everything else. You think Putin's going to stop at Ukraine?
Of course he will, because he's
No,
never.
he won't.
He is not Hitler. Everybody's saying it. If he was going to invade,
No, he's Stalin.
if he was going to take Europe, he would have done it 10 years ago.
No, he wouldn't have. You know what's stopping him? NATO.
NATO's what caused the problem.
That's why Putin didn't want Finland and Sweden to be added to it, to the NATO.
Well, we agreed.
We Russia we weren't going to add anymore.
Yeah, we agreed. Yeah, we made an agreement with Russia that we would not involve any adjoining countries that were former USSR territories into NATO.
But the problem was that's like saying that when it was a Spanish colony in Cuba, it was sold with Florida, but because it was a territory from Spain, and we shouldn't own Cuba if they was part of the Florida territory. That's the same thing as saying Ukraine was a sovereign democratic nation.
Ukraine is a piece of shit country.
Well, it is now.
There's more Nazis in Ukraine than any other country in the world.
We have as many Nazis here in the United States.
As Ukraine, I wouldn't bet on that, brother.
Well, I tell you one thing. I have people who don't call themselves that, but I can tell you one thing, that if they sympathize with saying that they have Nazis in Ukraine, then I would say that's a sympathizer of Nazism or anti-Nazism.
Hey, George. Sorry, George. You have a good night, brother. Didn't mean to interrupt you. George is bailing out.
Okay. George? Oh, found him buried. I didn't know he was even in here.
Well, there's two problems. There's two reasons why Russia invaded. Well, probably three. We've gotten involved in Ukraine elections. We shouldn't have. That was Obama. And we added the NATO countries. We said we wouldn't. And Ukraine gave up their nuclear missiles. If they gave their nuclear missiles, that was the stupidest thing I've ever seen anybody did. And I said it at the time. I said, y'all insane.
And we had 5 CIA bases.
The only problem
on the edge of Ukraine.
The only problem with that is that NATO is not followed by the United States. NATO is a combined Unitarian where they vote together. If they say 5 countries say we'll allow the Ukraine to come in, okay. Sweden did the same thing, and Sweden and Finland are afraid. And I saw the Prime Minister of Finland. She was talking that her border is 800 miles on the northernmost polar part of Finland, where there were tank battalions being formed at the border, and they don't have an army the size of Russia.
Not even close.
NATO is influenced by the United States. If the United States says no more added, there wouldn't have been no more. Are you kidding
me? Are you telling me that the United States can override other nations? They don't care about us.
Oh yeah, because we can
I agree with Nickel, because I mean, we're footing the majority of the bill.
Yep,
not anymore. If you look at the last budget, most Biden showed, and each of the countries showed their 2% of GDP of each of their countries. Germany, Italy, France, Spain, Portugal, England, Sweden, Finland, they all bumped up, and they all did a promise to send more military aid to Ukraine. So that's not true. I've seen the 2% the budget of the thing that Trump asked for, that they need to participate and pay. Trump asked for the 2% of the GDP of each nation, and they came up with it.
Well, the United States has a lot of pull.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All right.
So we can tell them, we can say, hey, we would greatly appreciate that you not do that, if you know what I mean. And
I appreciate it.
They want trade with us. So we could make life miserable for all the European countries. So no, I think the United States has got that. Plus, some things we get more votes. Don't we get 3 votes in some of it?
If the nations of the world can't tell us what to do you think the nation is going to tell? We can tell one nation or 10 or 15 of them to follow our way.
We've been doing it for years.
They tell Biden what to do.
Look where it got us. Look how they treat us. They don't. When my brother-in-law just got back from Italy and Greece, the only reason why they were treated a lot better is because they spoke a second language, and they speak more than three languages, and they thought, oh, you must be from whatever. And he came back and telling us they don't like Americans over there.
Do you blame them?
No, but the reasons are the same reasons why they won't follow what we say. You have to convince them and talk to them, saying, hey, this is for your own benefit. And, when Trump asked for the 2% when he was the president of the United States, and
he didn't ask for it, he demanded it.
There you go. And guess what? He left office, and now they're participating. Why? At 2% of the GDP.
Yeah.
I have no idea what made him change their mind. And I have one inkling.
India would not have joined BRICS if Trump would have been president.
Nope.
They would not have done it. Modi.
No, he would have destroyed NATO.
Modi loves Trump. He thinks he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. He can't stand Biden.
Well, NATO is turning into a bunch of New World Order assholes.
Well, let me tell you what the Indians in my area, the Asian Indians that live in my area, my next door neighbor's one, and the guy where I put gas, he just got back from the elections where Modi got reelected. He's not very popular. They're even thinking about splitting India from Hindu, Muslim, and I forget what the other one is. There's three religions: Hindu, Muslim, and something else.
Well, there's a bunch of them, but yeah, you're right. There's 3 main ones, but there's like 40 of them.
They're going to split up, and then when that happens, India's not going to be as powerful, because if Modi goes to India with India and the other 2 parts of India split, they won't have the same power, because all the military hardware and technology and everything else that goes with the military is going to be split 3 ways.
Yeah, I don't think India's going to split, and I don't think India. And I've mentioned this in a couple of people.
Gained ground. His party gained. His party gained ground this last election. So
I think India is probably going to be the first major country to bail out on the BRICS.
It's possible, very possible.
Well, now they're saying that. Remember Brexit when England got out of
Brexit,
the euro. Remember?
Yep.
Yeah, they said that was a Russian propaganda influence.
They voted to get out.
What's that?
They voted to get out. The people wanted it, but I don't think the government ever really did it.
It hurt their economy. It hurt their standings in the world. Now they're back into the euro. Brexit no longer exists in England because of that mistake.
I remember gold went up $100.
I know.
In one night, I stayed up and watched it. I've never seen anything like this before.
Excuse me. What is gold right now, anyway? 2,300, something like that.
Like 2,330, I think, in that ballpark.
It's going to go down.
It took a jump, and then Friday, silver and gold both took I think silver took like 3.5% dive, and gold took a pretty good dive too.
My 401k went up almost 40.39%. So I'm gonna make it 40.4 on my 401k, just because of the 40,000 stock market thing. I couldn't believe it. So I took part of it out, and well, it didn't help because it still dropped the next day.
Yeah, let me ask you guys' opinion. This is something me and my wife are thinking very seriously about. She's fixing to be at the age where she can take her 401k out, all of it. Of course, if we decide to do that, we're going to have them tax it. Well, we're going to have them tax it 20% before they
also
pay it off.
Early withdrawal. Well, how old is she?
She has to be 59 and a half to be able to get it.
How old is she now?
She's getting close.
Okay, there will be a penalty early withdrawal depending on how many years you take out.
No, we're considering taking it all out.
Ooh.
And I know it's.
I never did the 401k because I think it's a scam. You can lose up like 25% and just fees.
Mm-hmm.
I never was sold on them. I thought they was stupid. I could have got in them. I didn't.
Well, 2008, she lost a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
But
Nickel,
I got a feeling that's going to happen again. So that's why we're thinking about just taking that money out, paying off the farm we bought next door.
Wait till Trump gets in, because you probably got a better chance not paying as much as Trump in there as you do with the tax miser Biden.
Unless Trump asks for another $1 trillion tax benefits for the people over $100 million. Who's going to pay the difference? We still have to have military. We still have to have police. We still have to have roads done. We still have the infrastructure done.
Well, he's going to do away with the Department of Education, and he's going to do away with the United States Postal Service. So
that's only because the Postal Service is because FedEx and UPS is trying to get their share.
Well, we pay. It don't make. How do you not make any money at a post office?
If you look at the Constitution, it says it has to be in the Postal Service. It's constitutionally protected. It's in the Constitution.
Yeah, but they've been a money loser every year for years and years.
Let me tell you something. DeJoy, he's the reason why they're losing money. If you looked at the last record they did in the last, let's say, 2 years, they put I used to work for the post office, and they had a sex center where we had to send all the small cities to the big city, and they eliminated all the people from work. The only thing they had was mail carriers. That's it. But all the mail was directed to Fresno, and then stamped as canceled, and then redistributed back to the Postal Service in each of the postal districts. Well, what happened to all the people that were supposed to save money? We don't have another post office. They pick it up and they go to the small towns and surrounding towns. Pay it all, and then all the money that they saved. Where is it if they didn't have employees? And even back east, they're putting regional centers instead of what they call sectional centers. Would feed into the regionals, and it'd be more timely. I mean, I've seen some mail that I get a week late, and they said, "Oh, I'll be there in 3 days."
You know where it's going?
Where?
Pensions. And do you know that a government worker, for every day he works, he gets like 2 days off or something?
Are you going to get a pension?
Huh?
Are you going to get a pension?
My pension, my Social
No, I mean, are you going to get a pension?
I work for myself. I can't get a pension.
Yeah, okay. No pension for me.
As a matter of fact, you can do more getting your own pension than a person who is employed by a pension for a company. And I give you an example. In 1975, I was making $5 an hour. Minimum wage was $1.75 an hour. I was making more money in a year than people making minimum wage. It was a union job. That was my pension. I didn't have a 401k. The only time I got a 401k was after Ronald Reagan became president of the United States, and they said, "Oh, we have this great pension or an alternative pension where you can tie your money to stocks." Well, everybody started thinking, well, that's a good idea. We can make more money. But they didn't ever thought about it dipping. And I agree with you when you said that you think it's a scam. It is, because you put half the money in, the company has to put half, the other half. When I had my pension from when I was working the first year, I worked there for 11 years. Do you know my pension is more than my 20-year pension from teaching? Because it was a pension under the old rules because I was not grandfathered into the new rules. So whenever they offer the 401k, it's to save the company money, so they don't have to put as much. So I told my kids, start asking for a pension. Don't ask for 401ks. I told them that years ago because
Yeah,
I saw
but
what happened to.
how many places are offering
That's the
actual
point.
pensions
That
these
is the
days?
point. That
No,
is the
they
point.
can't.
That is the point. The point is that they don't offer it because they know that they can give people, if you want a job, this is what we get. But at the same time, Starbucks, even Walmart, it tells your people, hey, if you're not making enough money, go down into the unemployment office and see if you can get a differential in your hours here in California. And Walmart saying, hey, go to the welfare department. If you don't make enough money with us, go down and get some Section 8 money and some food stamps. That made national news. I couldn't believe it. They pay
Well,
their people less, so they won't have to. They pay it. The taxpayer pays, help them subsidize their pay for their employees.
I can tell you right now, make me president, and I'll have a surplus because I'm going to try to do away with half the government, and I'm going to bring in automated systems. Instead of 3 people doing one job, we're going to have one person. I'm going to lay off the other 2/3. That's just the way it is. And if that's what
Well,
I do, they'd hate me, but that's what I do.
If Walmart did that, they wouldn't have companies.
Well, y'all never did answer my question.
I'm sorry,
I think I'd wait till Trump gets in because he's got a 6% chance of winning, and see what he does. He's going to be busy because he's got to undo a lot of crap, and we'll see what he does. But I hope he's more.
Hey, Steve, can I give you some advice? I just retired with let's see, I got a pension from retail. I got a pension from Pepsi because I got some stock options. I got my Social Security, my teacher's pension, and then I have a 401k that I didn't know I had. I don't know what happened, but I just forgot about it. I thought the money was gone. Anyway, so when I went to the financial advisor, he said if you're going to take any money out, withdraw it at a maximum amount without being penalized, and then give yourself a time limit. Like if your wife's 2 or 3 years from retirement, um, he would know your finances a lot better. But um, I didn't pull mine out. I still have 2 accounts I haven't even touched yet. Because
What worries me is 2 or 3 years there might not be a damn nickel left in it.
No.
Well, what if I got to get nosy and say, what are you going to do with it if you do take it all out? What
Yeah,
are you
that's
going
a
to do?
good question.
Gold?
Pay off our farm that we bought next door,
and the rest left over buy gold.
And we'll be that they'll definitely be going to precious metals, but we will be 100% debt free. Every penny that comes into our possession is
well, that's good.
profit.
That's good, but then again, you don't want to get hammered by taxes either, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Right now, Steve, I'm retired. We're only living on 2 paychecks.
Yeah.
My wife's.
Well, I talked to we always have H&R Block do our taxes, and this same lady. Well, this lady that we've been using her for years. She's very good, and I discussed it with her, and she kind of understood, why we were thinking what we were thinking, and her suggestion was, if you do decide to do that, tell them to take 20% tax right off the top before they, cut you the check for the remainder of the balance. That way you don't get hammered at tax time.
Yeah, but you'll still be paying taxes on the money you received.
Well,
year
yeah.
to year. Well, here's what happened to us. My house is paid off. We have no deductions. We have no dependents. And last year, I'm not bragging, but I had to pay $4,000 last year in taxes because our income, my wife and I working and what we're getting together exceeds, because in 2018 they changed the tax laws, and one of them was you can't deduct union dues anymore, or tax for our cars. We don't have a mortgage anymore. We can also home improvements cannot be tax deductible. They limit the number of the amount of money you can claim as deductions for, let's say, charity and like that.
Well, they
So
give
we
you a
got hit
set
pretty hard.
amount, and in order to claim anything on most of that stuff, you have to exceed the
Exactly.
standard deduction.
Right. So my advice is, I went to a financial planner, and he says either you're going to be paying this amount every year for the next until you know. I mean, yeah, exactly. Well, I didn't want to even say it. Thanks, Nickel.
I'll say it.
That's okay. No, it's reality. It's what it is,
Hey,
man.
it's coming for all of us.
Yeah, yes, sir. And let me tell you, the way the tax laws are right now, from where I started in 1975, understanding what I pay in taxes to what I'm paying now, I'm paying more now ever. I'm making more. I made less and brought home more. Now I'm making more and I'm paying more. I don't see the benefit of pulling all that money out. If you have, let's say, you live to 90.
Yeah,
Is that
I'm
money?
not
Is
gonna
that
live
money
to
going to
90.
last you that long? I mean, can you live on the let's say Social Security or whatever pension you got?
Mr. Popzilla and Steve was going to be living together in a nursing home, talking about Nickel. You remember, what was that guy's name? Nickel. Nickel. They'll say, y'all wonder what happened to him.
No, that's funny.
Well, if we pay this place off next door, we will be 100% debt free. She's still going to be working. I'm still going to be drawing, my
disability,
SSI disability, and but with all that coming in, there'll be nothing going out other than utilities, and insurance.
Then see, I'm in that situation right now where all I'm paying for is gas, electricity, gas for the cars, insurance for the cars, home insurance, and property tax. That's all I'm paying a year.
Yeah, well, I'm paying property tax on. I mean, the land we live on, we own free and clear. It's ours. The place next door that we bought. It's basically paying for itself. And but if we go ahead and just pay that off flat out, then that's another source, a good source of monthly income that's 100% profit. I mean, I realize it's a gamble, but
you want to hear another scam?
Besides the 401k. Go ahead.
The scam is property taxes. If you got it on and you don't owe the bank nothing, you should never have to pay another bit of taxes on that.
I agree.
Okay,
if you own it outright, you should not have to pay taxes on it.
And how do you pay for fire, roads, police?
Because most people owe the bank. Because most people owe the bank and let them pay for it.
And you get the benefit of free everything else.
Well, I mean, hell, we pay taxes on everything else. Why would we have to pay taxes on land that we paid for?
I'm paying taxes for kids I don't even have in school.
Well, yes, but you did have kids one time, right?
Does it stop to your benefit to the society?
I think it stops when you own your property outright. You do not owe the bank anything. You own it. The bank don't own a part of it no more. You own it outright. You should not have to pay property taxes.
Do you own
it? You buy a stack of gum? Do you have to keep paying it after you chewed it?
Yes, you do. Well, I'll tell you what. Find out and don't pay it and see what happens.
No, you didn't hear what he said, Hector.
What?
I said, when you buy a pack of gum and you chew it, do you keep paying taxes on that purchase?
Because that's a consumable.
Well, no, it's still a purchase. You use money to buy it.
Let me ask you this. When you eat and then go to the bathroom, are you still paying for sewage?
Yeah.
Not
There
me.
you
I've
go.
got a septic tank.
Yeah, he's got a septic tank.
You still got to pump it out, though.
You know, we've been here for
I know
shit,
Mr.
well over
Pops,
20 years. Never had to pump it out.
Mr. Pops is playing possum, and he ain't saying nothing. He's got to have an opinion on some of this. He's got to have an opinion. He's drinking his mead. That's what he's doing.
He might be taking a nap.
Yeah, like it does. Well, it'd be par for him like last time. Or the last time we were together.
Yeah, well, I fell asleep in
Steve,
my share of streams.
one thing that I would say, the H&R lady may know about taxes, but a financial planner will know how to, I don't want to say manipulate or well, there are some advantages of a financial planner knowing what to do rather than an HR person, because an HR person only really knows about what your tax liability will be if it stays the same right now. But I think a financial planner will be able to help you strategize the use of your money. Because like I'm saying, I've got 2 accounts I haven't touched yet, and my I'm already 68 this year. And he says, was that him?
I think.
Only 68.
Yes, sir.
I like that attitude, brother.
Well, my dad was 93 when he passed. My mom was 90. My dad's youngest brother, who I just spoke to last Tuesday, is going to be 88. My dad's youngest sister was 90. All my cousins are passing away in their 80s. So I'm looking at another 20 years, hopefully.
I hope you're right, because I know I'm not.
Well, Steve, you know me. I'm a prayer person. I pray for you to live good, well as God lets you.
I hope Steve lives for 115.
I know.
He'll say, darn that nickel. Daggone that nickel.
Hey, I've lived a good, interesting, happy life, and all the crap I put myself through, I kind of feel like I'm on borrowed time. So every day is a gift.
So, I hope Pops lives to be 200. Then he can see.
Well, here's my take. I worked hard all my life since I was 5, because I had to go to school. My parents that public school was not public school wasn't a very good education for me, and I went to Catholic private school for 12 years, and I worked every year to pay for my tuition, my books, my school, and still pay our American taxes to the school district. So we paid it twice. And I think with me working as long as I think I've been working since 1961, picking cotton. Believe that?
Well, answer me this then. Are the school systems there wanting to build new schools all the time?
I'm sorry, what was it again?
It's your school systems that you're in. Are they trying to build new schools all the time?
No.
Well, they want to rebuild everything here.
Have you seen some of the schools in the East? Have you ever worked in one?
Well, ours is not in that bad a shape. They don't need new ones. They just
believe me. If any school is older than 25 years old and they haven't done the upkeep and the technology, then it's behind.
Well, they should.
We're not preparing our kids for the future work.
Well, they should keep it up with the tax dollars they're getting.
Well, hold on. The reason why most people say that we should be keeping it up, but they want to abolish the education system, they want to kill the Department of Education. People don't pay or vote for bonds or bills. It's hard for people to raise money to build a new school. So that's not totally true, because I've been doing this for 20 years and I've been in the politics of raising money for school programs, getting teachers. And then there's another thing too. They say teachers need to get paid better. How many districts do you know of pay $70,000 starting a year? I don't think I've seen any.
Not starting. I mean, some of the ones around here, if you come in with a master's degree or a doctorate, you might start out 60, 70.
Why?
Well, within 10 years, they're probably making.
In my school district, my last year, The average teacher that retired with me averaged $109,000, and that's
Percent of
not with
Indiana.
benefits. I'm sorry.
60% of Indiana's budget is for education here. 60%.
Yeah.
What are they doing with the money?
What
Building stadiums?
What is their base? What Indiana you said? I'm gonna look up what they pay a year and what an administrator gets paid a year in the office, because it doesn't go to teachers. Because I know teachers spend a lot of their money.
I think
just
they
to get their supplies.
misappropriate the money, and they build these freaking stadiums that are like a major
Indiana
league arena.
Teacher salary.
It's a bunch of crap.
Indiana starting salaries in Indiana, let's see, start at 27,000 and tops out at 60,000.
Starts out at 27,000. You make more than that at McDonald's.
Yep. Here's another one, another county in the salary area. Entry level teachers make 43,000, and they top out at 88. After 15 years and another 100 units for incremental salaries. So in other words, they got to spend $3,000 a year. Well, in California, it's $3,000 to $7,000, depending on what school you go to get those units. But you got to carry 15 units for the next. Let's see, in California is 90 units. So you're looking at a good $70,000 more just to get your $88,000.
Yeah, but our cost of living is cheaper than y'all.
That's true. But the thing is, you still got to pay for your units. You don't get them for free. The district doesn't pay for them. Here's another district in teacher in Indiana makes 42 to 69 in some districts. I mean, we started at 47,000 and we end up at 109. But you also have to have 100 units.
Look what you got to pay in taxes in California.
What do you pay in taxes for property tax for your place?
Let me see. I rent, but my mom pays like $75, and I know you're going to say unbelievable, but because she's the only one ever lived here, so she's got the lowest, probably the lowest in our area. She's got the lowest rate.
Mm-hmm.
Because all the neighbors are paying $1,000. You know, they go,
there you go.
I'm paying
$2,100 a year.
Well, see, she only pays like $150 or something. It's ridiculous.
In my son-in-law, because he's 100% disability from the service, he doesn't pay any taxes.
Now, if the house comes to me, I'll have to pay over $1,000 each time.
Not unless you have, like in California, we have a Prop 58. I mean, Prop 58 says that if you inherit the home, you get her tax benefit.
Well, we don't get that here, so I have to pay a lot.
Wow, then you will be paying a lot.
Yeah. With the properties we own, man, we get ate alive with property tax.
Yeah, but y'all don't have, what is it y'all don't have? You don't have a
we don't have a state income tax.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But we do have like California level sales tax.
That reminds me. I had to pay federal tax last year. Remember I told you?
Yeah.
But I got a refund from the state.
See, it's the opposite here. I have to pay more for what my business is. I never hardly ever qualify to have to pay federal. I do have to pay state because they changed it. So now I do end up paying state usually.
Yeah, you know, you're oh wow, these are low.
Nickel, what's your sales tax in Indiana?
7%.
Ours is 9 1/4.
Ooh.
See, they're getting it. They're getting some there too. See,
they're not sticking us with the state tax, but you know they're doubling down on the sales tax.
Yeah. How about your licenses and for your car and stuff? I mean, ours is pretty good.
Mine, I've got antique tags on mine. I never have to renew it again.
That's
why I love my old truck.
We pay 8.25 for sales tax.
I've got an 87 Dodge. I imagine I can do something and avoid it having to pay every year too.
Yeah, you could go down and get antique tags. You'll never have to renew them.
That's what Walmart does. They order all their trailer tags out of Oklahoma because it's only $12 per trailer.
Well, that's that's where they originated from, wasn't it?
Nope, they're from Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bentonville.
Yeah,
Just
if I
cheating,
had to
that's
live in
all.
another state, I'd probably live in Oklahoma because they're more conservative than Indiana. I got to go somewhere conservative. I can't do blue.
Get
If I
your
was in a
ass to
blue state,
Tennessee, boy. What's
talk about
wrong with you?
going nuts with
Yeah,
a
isn't
gun.
that where Al Gore was a senator from?
Tennessee. He didn't carry it. If he
Al
would have carried his home
Gore's
state, he'd have won.
Al Gore Sr. was a good politician. His son was a freaking fruitcake.
Yeah.
He was still from Tennessee, though.
Yeah, but he didn't carry the state. If he carried the state, he
No,
beats
I'm
Bush
not talking about
outright.
when he was a senator. I didn't say when he was a presidential candidate.
Well, he didn't carry the state when he was a presidential candidate. I laughed my butt off.
I'm saying there's only 2 per state, and Tennessee had one of them, and Gore was one of them.
You know why Tennessee's a red state now?
No.
Al Gore. That's exactly what it is. He drove them to red. Yeah.
He damn sure did not help the Democratic cause.
You know, I have to agree with you on that point. But yet, you know something? He was a better man to let himself say, I did not win. I can see the win to Bush. And then we had Bush, and then we go to a war that we had mass, what was it? Mass weapons of
destruction that didn't
and there was
exist.
nothing.
Yeah.
It was just a lead in to go into war. So I blame Bush for a lot of that crap.
Bush was a piece of shit. Both of them were, if you ask me.
What about Cheney? What do you think about him?
Who?
I don't like him.
Dick Cheney, inapplicable of his name.
Do not like his daughter, especially.
Do not like Dick Cheney.
I think he ran the government. I really do. I really think he ran the government instead of Bush.
Well, he's so smart. He shot his friend dead in the face with a shotgun while they were bird hunting.
No, how can you do that? Was it because he was in front of him, or did he turn the gun in towards his friend, or was it?
He was an idiot who wasn't paying attention.
Damn.
Did you see where they had that military drill and the guy shot the hat off of the guy in front of him? Man,
I have seen that.
That's close. That's a close call.
That was one lucky son of a gun.
But look at the formation. They just put the gun down in front of him and they hip shot it. That's not an aim.
Oh no, I don't guess he has any danger. Woo!
Man.
You know what really pissed me off most about Cheney is wasn't he from Wyoming?
Yeah.
See, that's my home state, and we don't need pieces of shit like him in Wyoming. We will not have pieces of shit like that in Tennessee.
He represented the oil companies. That's exactly what his position was.
You mean coal company? The Wyoming is a coal country.
Well, no, he represented all these different. What was that big
that's
oil
because
company?
he was a vice something at one of the petroleum companies.
Well, Wyoming, you'd be amazed at how many oil pumps are all over the state of Wyoming. Mines everywhere, copper, cobalt, all kind of mines. Not a lot of coal, but a lot of minerals.
West Virginia's coal.
And you can buy that. Yeah, you want the coal rich country, you got to head to the Appalachian Mountains.
Hey, have you ever seen a person with black lung disease?
Yes, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, that is I swear to you, that is the worst. I met a man. He's elderly. Well, I shouldn't say elderly because he's only he looks elderly because he worked in the coal mines for 30 years or 35 years, something like that. And he was waiting in line and kept on coughing and kept coughing and he turns around and looks at me and said, "Sorry, son, I don't mean to cough in you, but I'm sick." And I said, "No, that's fine. You know, you're wearing your mask, you're covering your face. You know, it's cool." Then he started telling me that he did deep pit. Well, there's a term that he used. I don't even know if it's true or not the way I said it, but it's some kind of pit at the bottom of the coal mine, where it's the most driest. They have to have a humidifier so that it settles the coal dust down. And every night he'd come home and he'd shower in his clothes, you know, taking off and change. But he said that in the mornings were bad because he just coughed and coughed and coughed and coughed. And I said, man, and he told me, I said, how old are you? And he goes, I'm 59. I looked at him and go, oh my Lord, I didn't say that he looked elderly and sickly, but the
Well,
man,
that black lung killed a lot of men before their time.
damn, I felt bad for him. I said, didn't you guys have respirators? And he said, well, not in the early days. I said, oh. So I felt bad for the guy. I mean, he's got a pension, he's got health care, but I don't think he's going to live very much longer.
No.
Not unless he gets new lungs.
And that is a slow, miserable, suffocating death.
See, I've never seen anybody sick like that. Not with black lung disease.
It's like emphysema or COPD times 8.
Oh shit, that's bad.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. A lot of those Appalachian mountain men, they 100 years or more ago, they basically had two options other, than, if they couldn't make a sufficient living off their land to feed their family, they went to work for the lumber industry or the coal companies.
Yeah, he said his daddy died of the same thing.
Yeah, there were a lot of mountain men. Well, not as many as there should have been, but they were a lot of them that refused to, even if their family was on the brink of starvation, they refused to go to work for the coal mines, and they refused to let their kids. But a lot of them, they'd go to work. They'd have 10, 11-year-old kids working in these freaking coal mines.
But now they just changed the law that 14-year-olds can work now in some states.
14-year-old kids these days can barely carry on a intelligent conversation.
Hey, you're not telling me anything there, Steve. I work with them all the time.
Yeah. Could you imagine? It'd be like running a daycare where you have to pay the kids.
I know. That's why we should raise the voting age to 21.
Yeah.
Well, with these Gen Zs and Gen X, part of me kind of agrees with that, but if they're old enough to go fight and die for the country, by God, they're old enough to vote.
Let's make that 21 too.
It'll never happen. Did you see where the House made it mandatory for 18 to 26-year-olds to
select a service?
Well, no, they're not even using that term to sign up for a possible draft. I mean, everybody when they turned 18 is we all had to. We all
did. I did it during Vietnam.
Yeah. Well, when I was 18, that's it. My 18th birthday, I went to the post office, filled out the form, because if you didn't, it was a felony.
Even now, even before the House passed it, even now in high school, they have recruitment day, and they actually tell the kids, 18-year-olds, but not females. Females cannot give military service or be called for military service. And I said, is that fair that men have to do it only to deprive themselves
how
of
about the in-betweens? What if you got boobs, but you got a penis? Do they have to do it?
Oh, come on. Don't be. The Army doesn't do it that way. They just say male born.
The Air Force does. They got trannies all over the place.
No, the one that Trump did, the space cadets, the space, whatever those guys are now.
Space Force?
Yeah.
Well, no, the Air Force. The Air Force has officers that are full blown.
They just transferred
trainees, guys wearing long hair, wearing makeup, wearing dresses, wearing women's uniforms. It makes me want to puke.
Yeah, and how are we going to do in battle if you just pick that person because of that? How are they going to be a commander over people? we would probably get killed if we went.
Well, the thing is, no one of us served. So how would we know?
Well, the thing of it is,
I tried twice.
Let me put it this way, Nickel. You won't know the metal you're made of until you go to combat.
Well, it's like this. They wouldn't be doing all this new stuff on signing people up unless they were expecting they were going to have to use it soon. So
that's why they're ramping up. And this is just the beginning of the 18 to 26-year-old. That's just the beginning. I think they're.
You know what the rumor was back in the Vietnam days when I was before I was 17. They were signing up to get rid of all of the unemployed. What unemployed do we have right now? There's signs all over the place in my area that they can't hire enough people.
Yeah, that was people won't work.
Yeah, most people are tickled to death to live off the government tit.
Yeah, it's called their mother and father.
Yeah, let me be elected, and I'm going to stop that too. And a lot of people on disability are going to be losing it because half of them on there can work.
I want someone.
Half of them on there don't need that.
I want someone who served in the military before they become elected.
Well,
that would be a plus without a doubt.
But how many candidates would you have? Most senators and representatives have never been in the military. So
even the president of the United States, ex-president too, he didn't serve.
What's the last president that served? Bush Sr.?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess.
And then Eisenhower, if you remember his doctrine, said his speech, beware of the military complex.
Well, yeah.
That he was a Republican.
You can see it now.
It's been that way for years.
The industrial military complex is running the majority of the freaking world. They've got majority of the politicians on both sides in their pocket.
And the rogue, the CIA and FBI is rogue. They're their own entity.
They need to be gone.
Well, at least the top 25 or 30 people. And they need to start over because
there's no once you disband the FBI, you won't start over. You got to get rid of all of them. Every one of them, every Republican, every Democrat that was in the Senate and also in the House of Representatives, get rid of them all.
Well, we got to have term limits.
Nope.
Got to get that somehow.
Term limits, I believe, yes.
And for Supreme Court too, we've been very fortunate that none of them's gotten too senile. They get dementia.
I want to see Thomas Clarence pay taxes on his mom's house since she got it for free.
Well, when you say none of them went senile,
who went senile?
Ginsburg. That bitch was crazy.
No, she was just real sick.
Well, she was batshit crazy before she got sick.
Yeah, but she didn't have Alzheimer's or dementia. But the other woman, what was her name? The one Reagan put on, she probably was beginning to have the signs of it, and maybe that's why they kind of said, "Hey, you may need to step down."
Meyer, what was her name?
No, I'm talking about the woman that was the first Supreme Court justice woman.
Oh, O'Connor.
Yeah,
Sandra Day O'Connor.
She ended up with dementia. Yeah, she died.
Yeah, you know who voted nominated her for the Supreme Court? You know who nominated her?
Well, Reagan put her in.
Reagan.
Yep, Reagan.
Yeah, well, yeah, another one of his dumbass moves.
You gonna see him? He was a California governor. I don't think he did a good job here.
But you didn't like Reagan?
No, not as a California
president. I liked Reagan as a president, but he did make some stupid moves.
Yes, but he was beginning to get dementia by his second term.
He was old as dirt.
You know who had the last surplus in our budget? Federal budget?
Clinton.
Yeah, I'm afraid to say it. Yeah, him.
Yeah, but because he had line item veto, and that's how he did it. And then the Democrats said, we don't want that.
It was the economy and the tech boom.
Oh, yeah, the 80s, everything was booming.
Yeah,
he was in the right place at the right time.
Right time.
But he had the line item veto, which helped him do all that. and the Democrats took it away because they didn't want anything cut, so they took it away. And then the Supreme Court
I don't
agreed with
mind. I don't mind cuts, but I don't like taking on the tax burden because
Now
I'm
you can
paying
get
more.
you could get the line item back today with this Supreme Court. There was a liberal-driven Supreme Court that took it away the last time. So
What year was that?
well, it was right after. I think it was after Clinton. So the next president, who was it?
After Clinton?
It's probably the beginning of
Bush?
Obama's term.
No, Bush Senior.
No,
Bush
it was
Senior. Read my lips. No new taxes. And guess
no,
what?
but no.
I
Clinton
got
beat
screwed
him.
that year.
Clinton beat him, and then Clinton was in there, and then I guess it was W. Bush. He got
it
2000.
was him. I know it. That's
So
why I
W. Bush, they took it away. He couldn't use it, so they took it away. And then after Bush, you went back to Obama, and then Obama, we had a pretty good president after that called Trump.
No, we had a damn good president called Trump.
Except for us Mexicans.
And but by the way, Hispanics, guess what the numbers are now? 49 for Biden, 47 for Trump, and Biden used to have an absolutely huge lead in that department.
You know, I read one report where the major factor of an election is going to be abortion, and that even Republican women are not answering what they're going to vote for because they're afraid that they're gonna get, found out by their husbands that they're leaning towards that direction. And every time they call me, I always give them the false answers. I never give them answers that I'm right, the way I'm going to write.
It shouldn't be a factor because now your state can decide it. So California can kill all the babies they want, even after they're born.
They can also kill all the women they
say
want.
You can't ever have it. It's now states. That's the right decision to do, and that's what they should have done, and that should take care of that issue.
Let me give you this is how conservative I am as a Christian or Catholic in my case, because there's a differentiation between being a Christian as a large category and me being a Catholic. And the reason why I'm saying that if you believe that abortion is against God's law, then execution of people is also against God's law. And I really believe that death penalty should be abolished.
And I don't think there should be abortion. I don't think there should be a death sentence. But
there is. That's the point.
Right. And California's got that right. If they all want to go to hell.
It's a moratorium right now.
All the people that do that are going to go to hell. So if they want to do that, it just leaves more room for me in heaven. That's all I can say. So just go right ahead.
God, you can't say that, because if God gives you free will, and he forgives anything in the most minute or the most grandeur of sins, no one can say God's going to prevent somebody from not going to heaven. And I really believe that, because I think even the worst person like Pol Pot or Stalin or Hitler, God forbid that I even think that I could stop them from going to heaven if God said they could. More powerful than my word.
But you got one problem. That you have to know you did wrong, and they don't think abortion's wrong.
No.
So they ain't going to ask for forgiveness, so therefore they're going to go to hell. Because they ain't going to ask for it.
Let's go to Calvary. Jesus was on the cross, and he had a murderer and a thief. The murderer asked, "Remember me when you enter the kingdom of heaven." Jesus said, "I will remember you when I enter my Father's kingdom."
I think the thief is
the guy on the other side said, "Hey, do you know who this is? This is, he's just, nobody. He's not going to take you." So that doubt, denying it, is probably in maybe even him. Because, even in the Bible, it says that only 144,000 people make it to heaven. That means all the people that...
I think the thief was the one that accepted it. I think the other dude is the one.
Yeah, I think it was the thief.
That's true. That is true. That's my point. And the thing is that if only 144,000 already made it before Christ's death, and he said that he would prepare a place for you, he didn't say, not you, because whatever. But my point is,
the 144,000 is related to the number of the tribes.
right? But have you written Greek or Hebrew?
No,
I did. I mean, not greatly, but I do remember that came out in Spanish or any language that you can repeat. For example, pueblo in Spanish means a town, but also means people. There's a plurality to it. So to me, when you read the 144,000 tribes, well, the number of tribes were 12.
Yeah, there were 12 tribes.
Well, the 12 tribes of Moses. I mean, of
Israel.
Abraham. And the thing is that there was no limit to that number, because Christ also said, "Go to other lands, tell them my word of my Father, and accept them." You know what the word "katholikos" means in Greek? It means tolerant and accepting of all people. There's times where I'm kind of ashamed of my church because they forced the Native Americans, even my family, 500 years ago. They weren't Catholic 500 years ago. I mean, we have records how they killed people and persuaded them by torture to become Catholics because that was their mandate, because they were forced to. Not they weren't given free will. And if you kill a child or a man or a woman, to me, when they say "thou shalt not kill," one of the commandments, it doesn't give you the definition of what you can kill and what you can't. Now, in war, that was my big confusion. Why can you kill in war and be okay and survive it? I mean, survive judgment.
You want me to answer?
Sure.
Because your government tells you to, so they're the ones held accountable.
They're not above God. Government is not
the
above
ones
God.
actually fighting. Unless
well, Hector, how often did God how often did God have his prophets send the Israelites into battle to slaughter entire, cities, men, women,
they
and children?
Kids.
Mm-hmm.
The one tribe got completely wiped out.
Who was the one that got their father drunk to have sex with them? That was in the Bible too.
It wasn't Salome.
Salome. Well, that's the Spanish version of it. What was the Lot and his daughters? Now you tell me that's an example.
Yeah, they tried that too.
So you're telling me that because one act is good and one act is bad, you only pick the good? Because if you can't differentiate who to kill and who not to kill, I know that there's a verse in the Bible that says about is no greater love of man is to lay down your life for your fellow man, or something like that. I'm not quoting it correctly, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
That's why I tell people.
I'm sorry.
That's what I would tell people if it was a guy that been in battle and he was having trouble with depression and all this other because he took lives. I'd say you're not responsible for that because you were made to go fight. So therefore, it was the people that sent you there. If it was unjust, they'll be held accountable for it. Not
but God doesn't hold the people that send them to war. God holds everyone accountable for their actions, not individually, not because you blame somebody else. That's like right now. Everybody says, "Well, I'm not having a good life because they're not doing their job, or they're not working hard, or they're not contributing to society." I'm having, as old as I get, the more I look at, what's going to be left for my kids. If everybody else says their kids are more important than mine, then what happened to sharing? Where's the brotherly love? Where's, it's getting to be a difficult in my lifetime. And
I got to ask Steve. Were you for the death penalty?
I know this goes against my Christian values, but yes.
Well, okay. Are you for what Trump wants? If he gets in, he wants to execute anybody that sells drugs don't you think that's a little harsh if you just sell them?
Depends on the drug.
All right. Where is Pops on this? Call him up.
It's just like that family that was doing the opioid oxycodone and all that. They got away with paying $8 billion and it didn't even hurt them. And they didn't go to jail. None of them.
And that's usually the way it goes.
Well, this is what I got against death penalty. If you kill somebody because they killed somebody and they're young, you take away 2 lives. You take away the physical life here, and you take away any chance of a metaphysical life in eternity. So I believe I think most people in prison fake it when they say, I'm a Christian, let me out now. I think most of them fake it, but there are some that do. They could create a ministry and save a ton of people in there. I just can't do that. I just can't be for that. And I just can't, because I don't know in the future if they're going to change. I know as we age, we get more conservative. Even everybody gets a little bit more conservative. All the flower children of the 60s and 70s now some of them are pretty hardcore Republican. So
yeah,
you change.
That's me. I'm a flower child from the late 60s.
Yeah, so you get more conservative. I'm sure Hector is far more conservative now than he was when he was 20. So if you allow them to live, I don't think they should ever get out. I'm not for parole. Parole is the worst thing ever created. I think they should stay in there forever. But it gives them time to get saved. And then if they do, they can help save other people. So I can never be for the death penalty for that reason.
So you'd rather just pay billions of dollars to keep them alive, locked in a cell?
Yeah.
Where it would be more humane to just kill them.
No. Well, that's a judgment call. I don't know I don't think it is more humane.
Really? Would you rather be dead or locked in a cell for 50 years?
Well, that's your choice.
I don't know until that happens. I can't tell you.
Well, let me give you an example of the cost. In California, we have to pay something like $68,000 a year to house, feed, and give medical treatment to inmates.
That's all.
No, hold on.
I've always heard that it costs more to execute because they get the automatic appeal, and it takes for years and years and years. Attorneys, and so I've always heard it costs more.
It's true. Execute. It takes up to $10 to $25 million to execute an inmate within, let's say, 10 to 15 years after the sentence. And then you have we had 2 different governors. We had Brown and we had Newsom put a moratorium because they couldn't execute the guys with the right stuff. And there was problems. And a couple of guys lived through it and they couldn't execute them once they tried to put them again.
And that's double jeopardy.
Yep. You can't put them again. And not only that, the appeal process for them to go from death row to appeals court and all that takes more money, and the taxpayers pay it, not the inmate.
Well, see, that's the system's fault. They should get a fair and speedy trial, and if they lose, they should have the right to an appeal, but it should be within 4 or 5 years. And if they lose the appeal,
it's already been argued through the Supreme Court since the death penalty was first done when we became the United States of America. And over the years, they have due process, and that's part of the due process. If we don't do that, then what the hell are we using the Constitution for?
Yeah,
why do we have the Supreme Court?
Why should it take 30 years for due process? That's not due process. That's undue process.
Okay, but one person.
Well, because they don't have no judges for one.
Well, for one thing, if one innocent person is executed and they were found innocent later, isn't that worse?
And there's been some found innocent later. There's been some executed that was later found out they were innocent.
That has definitely happened. It's sad, it's tragic, it's unfortunate.
But
So my way,
one life is more
that could
important
be
than
found
not
out,
executing
and then they
someone.
could be changed. It could be made right.
An executed person?
No, my way is that you don't. And so therefore, when they find out later he's not guilty, he didn't get killed.
Okay, then answer me this question: why are so many of the mass murderers? Let's say they kill more than 2 or 3 people. We had one here in Fresno. I forget. He had I don't know how many kids. He was a guy they even tore the building down where they were living. They tore the whole place down. He must have killed 11 people, and they're all family members. They didn't execute him. He died in his zone. But the amount of money that it would have taken to try him again would have exceeded him living maybe 300 or 400 lives. I don't know what the money was that it cost, but
Well,
to
they
me,
keep a lot of those dudes alive because they want to study them. They want to ask them and interview them, and they
it don't
become
take that long.
celebrities.
It doesn't take that long to study him.
Well, they
A
like
year
to
or
go
two
in
at the
and ask,
most.
"Why'd you do it? What made you do it?" And they usually say porn, and then that's the way it goes.
My niece, my wife's niece from her older brother, she's a psychologist at the state prison just north of us, and she interviews a lot of guys and women. There was one that she tells us about. Her name is Diabla, which means the devil, the she devil, and she's even got tattooed on her forehead. And she's in there for life because she did cannibalism. She's nuts. Well,
Yeah,
I
we had
think
a
she's
guy here
nuts.
did that. He ate part of the victim.
But to me, spending the money for incarceration, because if you put a person in a box, then put that guy in a 9 by 8 or whatever the cell size is, and leave him there until make his life miserable. He put a person who can't live, put him in a box. Save money. Millions of dollars from what I understand.
So many of them get by with it though because the state thinks they're crazy.
Oh, it's so easy to play the crazy card.
Yeah, and you get treatment, and then they put you right back out. It's
well, even
if
the cops nowadays.
If you're crazy, and you don't want to put them in prison. Put them in an institution.
Look up Fresno PD shootings, and they have one officer that was in Fresno, and this guy was going berserk. I mean, taking his clothes off, chasing down a cop, running towards him with a knife in his hand. Cop shot him. I was delusional. I don't know what I could tell you, but there's a lot of mental. You can probably look at any city
It
in
sounds like suicide by cop to me.
Yeah, it's possible.
We don't have enough mental institutions in the country anymore.
Well, we did when Reagan abolished them because my uncle, my dad's sister, her husband, he was off the deep end and then some. He was fine as long as he was in the hospital because we had what the old days they just call him a sanatorium, and he would go there when he had his episodes. He was treated, give him meds, and then he would get out. He was fine.
But that's the problem. A lot of the nuts that's out there now, they won't take their medicine.
Well, it's because
if you were in an institution, you'd be made to take your medicine.
Well, Reagan abolished all the sanatoriums in California.
You mean when he was governor?
He signed the law.
You mean when he was governor?
Yeah, when he was governor, yes.
Yeah, huge mistake.
Yep, and we're paying for it now. I mean, even now because we don't have 51. What do you guys call them? I think it's 5450. No, 5150. It's a 72-hour evaluation that a doctor can put on hold. That you're a danger to the community or danger to yourself. I've had to call a few teachers, not teachers, but myself as a teacher, and call the parents and CPS because of those situations. And I'm not a clinical psychologist. I just know that your reactions is way over than it should be. You're not calming down. Are you on drugs? You can't ask them that because that's like accusatory. So yeah, it's not perfect, but man, all these people that are on the streets right now, I think, are mentally disturbed.
I don't think they all are. I think the majority are. I think a lot of people are just sick and tired of the system, so they decide to opt out of the system. But I think that is the minority, not the majority. I think the majority have legitimate mental issues.
I think we should check on Pops to make sure he's okay. Something ain't right. He ain't said a word.
Is he still? Well, is it still? Has it ended yet? The stream?
No, it's still live.
Yeah. Okay, then he's in the background somewhere.
Yeah.
You ought to call him up. Call him on the phone, see if he answers.
Well, if I do, it'll kick me out of StreamYards and I won't be able to come back.
Oh.
Do you have his number? Only have one device.
Do you have his number? I don't have his number. I had his number, but I think it's off my phone now.
Well, we had that problem too. Steve was supposed to call me, and
I did call you.
Yeah,
a couple of times.
And I'm trying to, and I looked for it, and I can't find it. If you did call, it would have been Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
The area code. Well, you call me again.
The area code 615.
Nobody called me.
Well, because
Nickel talked to you on the phone. What, about 6 months ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Steve, remember you were supposed to email me, and because Pops gave you my email, and he probably didn't give it to you right, I think. And then you were able to call me because he sent a second email. Remember?
KK's back. She missed all the good conversation. I bet she'd have had 2 cents worth to put in on all this.
No, she would have had $97 worth to put in there.
I bet she'd agree with me a lot. I bet she'd be shocked.
You know, I'm really glad you guys can talk to me about this stuff, because I'm confused in some of this stuff that I don't get a chance to talk to other people that have different opinion, and I really do appreciate it, guys.
Oh, come on, KK, I talk to you all the time.
Papa does community service. Don't you know
it? Was this his first night back?
Yes, in like 4 or 5 months.
And he's saying, why did I come back? These nuts taking over my channel.
They got these 3 knuckleheads up here to put me to sleep.
Can he even hear us though? I mean, he should be able to hear us.
Where's my cell phone? He could tell me the number.
Unless he's asleep.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Give me the number.
That's right. I thought he had gone to the bathroom just for a quick one, you know?
Yeah, he might be having trouble.
Oh, is he having trouble?
He ran out of toilet paper. He can't move. All right.
Oh, shoot.
Here, kitty.
Okay, we're going to be like a 503 number, isn't it?
Damn.
I can't remember.
I have to dial 1, don't I? Maybe he gets trapped in the bathroom. The door won't open. He's stuck.
No, he's never done that before, has he?
There's always a first.
I don't know, Nickel. I know a month or 2 ago you did a video on something I wanted to talk to you about. I sent you an email, told you to call me when you had a minute, and never heard back from you.
No, I called you the other day. I called you and was talking to you.
The other day?
Yeah.
The last time I remember talking to you on the phone was months ago.
Oh, time flies. I can't.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can't even remember what I was wanting to talk to you about, to be honest.
You said you were something about a video, you said.
Yeah,
probably the 401k.
No, I can't. It was either precious metals or politics, probably precious metals.
Maybe basketball.
Nope, I can promise you it was not basketball.
I can tell you the one thing. I've been seeing a lot of commentators, both black and white, the way they were talking about Caitlin Clark. Oh my God!
You should see how they do her, man. I mean, it's not fouling; it's mugging. She gets mugged.
It's just like in the NBA. All of a sudden, you see these Czechs, these Spanish, Italian, what do you call them, basketball players that are coming to the NBA. Man, they're having a rough time too, but they're playing. And now the guys who are playing in the NBA, they have to step it up too, because the coaches like the guys coming from the whatever country they come from. Like one guy's from Argentina, another guy's from oh shoot, one from China. Remember that tall guy from China?
Yeah. What was his name? Nickel.
I can't think of his name right at all. He played for Houston.
Yeah,
he's like
7'2"
7'2" or something.
7'1".
Yeah. He was 7'3", I think.
And then you got
Maybe
that
7'4".
real skinny guy from Africa.
Oh, Manute Bowl.
Yeah, that's got like a 12-foot freaking wingspan.
He died.
He died.
Yeah, he had something wrong with one of his organs or something. So
that's not uncommon for people with that grow to that size. They tend to have health problems.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
His son plays. He's coming up.
What about not Jordan? Who's the other one? Shoot.
Sterling, what's up, brother?
Trying to remember the other current, the guy with the beard. Not Chicago. It wasn't Lakers.
You mean L.A.?
Yeah.
You're talking about
LeBron?
Yeah, LeBron James.
LeBron.
I cannot stand that dude.
I don't like him trading so many teams just to win a ring. And now he's trying to get his son in the NBA.
Yeah, Brony. His name's Brony.
What is his name?
Brony.
That's what they call him.
Brony.
It's like a spinoff of LeBron.
Yeah.
We don't know how good I can't stand that jackass always beating on his chest, calling himself the GOAT, like he was better than Michael Jordan, better than Larry Bird. Sorry, dude. No way.
And I think he thinks
all whites are racist. John Stockton?
John Stockton was a badass white boy.
Yeah, he's on the all-time list, man. He's number one. He was number one in assists, and I think number one in steals.
Didn't he get Defensive Player of the Year for like 2 years in a row? He's on like 6'1".
Yeah, he's good.
He was not a big guy,
but he could pass the ball.
Oh yeah, he could find that open man like nobody.
And he could shoot.
Oh, he can.
And he can steal you blind. He can steal you blind if you show him that ball, he'll take it from you. Yeah, he would be on my all-time roster, no doubt about it.
Larry Bird, man. I'm finding out he was
Jordan off. I would leave, and people can't believe it. They go, "You're insane." I go, "No, he's a ball hog. He shoots too much. There's so many things that he did that, I could score 50 points a game if I put 200 shots up a game."
See, Larry Bird was in my time here in high school. Yeah, that guy, he was trash talking. Even the guys that played against him would say he trash talked, but he would back it up. And this white boy can play basketball.
He would go by the opposing team's bench, especially if they pissed him off. He said, "I'm going to get the ball. I'm going to get it right down there, and I'm going to sink a three, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it." He would go to exactly where he told him he was going to be. He would get the ball, and he'd sink the three.
And he would go in there and tell the guy, he said, "You got me today?" "Yeah, I got you." He said, "You're going to need help."
The funniest thing I ever heard him say
"You better get another guy. You better double team me."
I remember one game they sent a white guy out to cover him, and he went over to the coach of the opposing team. He said, "What the hell is wrong with you? You really think you got a white guy that can cover me?" Yeah, these old school guys, you hear them telling Larry Bird stories. I mean, they're telling them with reverence.
And never, ever, if you play Larry Bird, take your eye off the basketball.
Well, when I coach
girls, if you turn
your
your back to him, he will use you to gain an advantage. That's all I can tell you. Clark's
when I coached middle school basketball, and the guys who make the team were good, but there was better talent and I don't know why they didn't want to go out, and I kind of get it. Most of them, behavior problems, or they didn't want to stand out in front of a crowd, or they didn't have the grades or whatever. But I always thought and I saw it too for years and years. There are better talent on the blacktop than in uniforms. You think like that? What's that one movie that I kind of enjoy with Woody
White Man Can't Jump.
Yeah,
I knew exactly where you're going with that.
and I'm going because all the kids that I said you should go out and play because I knew they were better talent than what I had on the team, and even the prima donnas, the guys that thought were the best, there was kids out there that'll blow them away within a second. You know, they don't get it.
Yeah. Hey, KK, I think Pops went to sleep.
We wasn't drinking tonight, was he?
Well, he's not used to staying up this late on here anymore. He's got to get back in shape.
Yeah, I don't know. It ain't gonna be long.
He's got to go to late night spring training.
Yeah, it ain't gonna be long. I'm gonna have to get me a little bit of sleep.
Oh, that's right. You're what? It's 3:00 here, so it must be what, 5 or 6 over there.
He's mountain.
5:06. No, I'm central.
You're central. Oh,
Central,
you're with Nickel.
No, I'm Eastern.
Yeah, he's just, I think, not too far over the border.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was supposed to be up at 7 tomorrow, but I ain't gonna make it now.
Yeah.
We went to the zoo with my grandkids and my daughter, man, and then it wasn't too bad because at the zoo they've got a lot of trees and a lot of shade, and they have misters at places where you can get something to drink, cold drinks or something to eat, but at the end of the day when we got home, we got to the zoo at 9 and we saw all the zoo, even the butterfly exhibit, even the tropical birds exhibit, and petted the stingrays. We did everything that except for the storyline. We didn't. That would be too hot by that time. So it was 2:00. We drive home, and we come in the house, and we just laid on the couch, and we both fell asleep, and we didn't wake up until 6. Then you guys, we weren't the blue-haired people at the bingo, but we went Thursday night to the bingo. Thursday night to the bingo. We went and we had fun. And yes, there were people with blue hair, but my hair was gray, so I didn't count.
Sterling's trying to come up. Sterling, if you know his number, do you know Pop's number? I think he does. Call him up.
Well,
see what happens. See if he wakes up and come back here.
Or see if you can scroll up far enough in the chat where you put a link. It's been a while, so I don't.
Well, no, he's got the link.
But still has to activate.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, yeah, forgot about that.
Yeah, Sterling's got his number. KK's got his number. I had his number.
KK's got everybody's number. If she don't have your phone number, she's got your number.
Oh, I forgot to tell you.
Say, oh man, get up. You
Steve,
gotta get back in shape.
I got caught by pseudo-scientist in another chat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Was he being a prick?
Oh yeah. I was just listening to the conversation because I didn't know the channel. I didn't know who that person was, so I texted him. I chatted on there and I said, "Hey, I know Pseudo, want me up here?" And he says to me, "No." And then the guy that owned the channel said, "Hey, do you want to come up?" I said, "It sounds like Hector's Interest in Coins." I said, "Yeah, I know him." So when I got up there, he left.
That's funny because in the last couple of months, he's popped into Spud's live stream a couple of times.
Mine too.
Oh, really?
And he's like high stacks, like we're long lost best friends. Like.
Well, he don't like me.
Well, I don't think he liked either one of us, but I
that's
think
probably true.
That one night,
he likes me.
He seemed to. I don't know why he went on the offense with you more than me, but he did. He definitely did.
And I don't know. I thought we did pretty good points ourselves with each of us fairly talking to him. I don't think we did anything or said anything that was upsetting or even accusatory.
Nope. Absolutely not.
I wish Sterling was up here because I want to ask him if he's for the death penalty. He can answer in the chat.
Maybe because I was Catholic and I agreed with another person of a Protestant denomination. Maybe that was it.
Well, yeah, I wish that all would have still been live instead of backstage.
Yeah.
Because I would have loved to go back and listen to that. Because yeah, Nickel, he was squaring off against us with all this holistic crystal stuff and this and that, and
telling
just
Steve to put it up his butt.
Yeah, he's bad mouthing the Bible and all that. So I said,
Yeah.
dude, have you ever read the Bible? He said, no. And he's telling me about, how you can heal yourself with crystals and this and that and this and that. And I said, I'll tell you what. I said, why don't you do me a favor? I said, just sit down and read it. How can you have an opinion so strongly against something you've never read? And he said, I'm not going to do it. I said, oh, so you want me to stick a crystal up my ass, but you won't read a Bible? Sorry, buddy. It ain't going to happen.
Well, in theory, they could help you with certain things. Like copper helps you with arthritis. There's no doubt that's proven. That's a proven thing. So some things can help you, but not like from just looking at it or chanting anything.
Yeah, there ain't no crystal on this planet or in this universe that's going to save your soul.
Yeah. Sterling called him. He said he is sleeping and not responding to the chat. In other words, he answered the phone and he's mad. He's mad at us because we started talking about something.
Well, it's his. All you had to do is say, shut up. I'm going to play some music.
Yeah. Well, he heard us right now.
We talk this way all the time about subjects, and generally he weighed in.
Come on,
we're not even talking about Trump.
Pops, this is your party. We'll talk about whatever you want to.
Wow, it's already 3:12. Oof.
Yeah.
Your wife doesn't work tomorrow, Steve?
No. She actually had Friday off. Company she works for. That's the day they picked as Juneteenth, which I think is a load of shit. But it gave her a free paid holiday, and she don't shut down for 2 weeks. So Sunday or Monday, we're going to head up to the mountains for a few days. So I'll be out of pocket because I seriously doubt I'm going to have any kind of service up there whatsoever. But I don't care.
What mountains are you going to?
Appalachians. We're gonna head up, not like deep into it, but we're gonna head up like towards Rock City, stay a few nights.
Well, we're planning on going to Yosemite National Park.
Nice, man. I haven't been there since I was a child.
It's beautiful right now. The water, that's one thing. We have plenty of water in the mountains because of the snow. You gotta see Angel Falls. It is amazing.
Hoover is here, but she's invisible.
She must be on her main channel because.
Dang, how can you see her if you don't? I mean, if she's invisible, how can you see her?
Sterling.
Because Sterling said hi to her.
Yes, I talked to him. Dollywood? I don't think I want to go to Dollywood.
I've been to Dollywood. It was cool, but the only way I'd ever go back is Dolly would have to be there.
So in other words, the first experience is enough.
Well, I mean, it's fun. I'm too damn old to be stomping around a damn gigantic amusement park all day.
Speak for yourself, you youngster.
I am speaking for myself.
No, I mean, but don't spread it around because I'm old and anyway.
I used to like Opryland. We used to go there all the time.
Oh, I used to go to Opryland constantly when I was a kid. And it was a cool place. It was a safe place. Your parents could drop you off, or we'd go as a church group and just pair off, stay the whole day, be there from the time they opened the doors, and they would meet us outside the gate, when it was closing time, and nobody messed with anybody. I loved that place.
My brother-in-law took his mom and dad to Nashville, and they found some bar, and Charlie Pride was playing. That's one of my father-in-law's favorite singers. And they walked in, and they saw him playing, and they stayed the whole night until 2 or 3 in the morning. And when he finished his set, they were sitting like off on the bar to the right of the stage.
Yeah.
And he walks over to him and starts talking to him, and had his late meal and with him, and they said they had a good old time with him.
Yeah,
Kiss an angel good morning.
He was always known as a really good guy.
He's
sold
gone
a lot
now,
of
isn't he?
records.
No,
Yeah,
I
he's
think
dead.
is
Yeah,
he?
he's dead. Yeah, he's dead. But he almost was a major league pitcher. He was in the farm system.
If he died, it's been fairly recently because I saw some videos of him not too long ago. I don't remember how old the videos were, but he was old.
Mm.
But he still had that grin and that
Almost a professional
twinkle in his
baseball player.
eye.
If he'd have been a baseball player, he wouldn't have been famous. It just was because he was a singer.
I guarantee you he probably made more money in country music than he would have made in baseball as a pitcher.
Especially in those days.
Yeah.
Died 2020.
Oh, not too long ago.
86.
Yeah, I knew it had to be fairly recent. I'd be honest, I don't remember ever hearing that he passed away.
I used to remember Hee Haw?
Oh, yeah.
It was on 25 years.
Well, when I first saw the program, Buck Owens had a show in Bakersfield, and a lot of times he would bring some of the people from the Hee Haw. They do like a mini Hee Haw in Fresno State Fair and the Paso Robles, and he'd do one in Bakersfield. Quite a few in Bakersfield. That's his hometown.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's where he was from.
Yeah, and he brought Junior one time. Remember Junior?
Junior Samples,
the heavy set guy.
Junior Samples, BR549.
There you go. Yeah, and my buddy, he was really into country a lot, and we went down there to see him shoot back in 79, 80. And then we saw him one time when he played the Fresno Fair, and he was just unknown. Nobody knew who Buck Owens was. It was just a band on stage.
Yeah.
But that was a long time ago.
Well,
Sterling, you remember Al Kaline, Norm Cash, Ty Cobb, Denny McClain. Yeah, he does. He does. Don't let him fool you. He remembers all those Detroit Tigers.
Bakersfield, they put out some talent. I mean, Dwight Yoakam is from Bakersfield.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Harvick, the NASCAR champion, he was from Bakersfield.
Ron LaFleur.
Kevin
he
McCarthy.
would have been in my umpire class if Whittlestead would have accepted him, but because he had a record, he went to Brinkman's. But we both went to umpire school the same year.
The Blues Brothers from Indiana State Penitentiary.
Do you remember him? Do you remember?
We're on a mission from God.
Steve, he used to watch baseball. You remember Ron LaFleur?
Ooh, it's not ringing a bell. Usually when I used to watch baseball, it was always Cubs playing on WGN.
Well, he played for Detroit. He was pretty fast. He stole a lot of bases. But he liked that white powder, and that ruined him.
Yeah, it'll do it.
Ruined Strawberry's career. It ruined Vince Coleman's career. Vince Coleman would have had probably 1,500 stolen bases if he wouldn't have got on the stuff.
Well, you think it would have made him run faster?
Boy could run. I mean, man, not any color thing. He could run. I watched him at Louisville. He came up through Louisville. They picked him off. He outran the throw from the first baseman to second and beat it out. That's how fast he was. He could tag it from second and score on a fly ball. He was that fast. I mean, it was unbelievable. I go, wait, this guy in St. Louis. I mean, and he did get caught up.
That's like 4.340 speed.
He could move. They wanted him to be a receiver. Receiver / punt returner. And he saw how hard them big dudes can run in the NFL. You don't, by looking at them, you'd say, I can outrun this guy.
You ever watch the combine on TV when they do that?
When you catch the ball, you look up, one of them's right there, man. And they are a lot bigger. And so he said he wasn't going to do that.
I used to watch the combine until the NFL started that taking a knee crap a few years ago. I haven't watched an NFL game since, or nothing to do with the NFL. And I used to be a huge fan. So now,
hockey.
Thank God for hockey and college football.
I can't stand hockey.
I love hockey. Not as much as I did in the 90s, where every team had a goon. Good fights guaranteed every night.
Another thing.
I miss the goons.
They expanded too. Whenever a league expands, the quality of
they thin out the talent pool.
Yeah. So.
And aren't they fixing to expand again?
I think so.
I think they're adding like 2 more teams or 4 more teams. I can't remember.
Well, shoot, if the teams don't stay in one place, like Oakland went to LA, LA went back to Oakland, and Oakland now is in Las Vegas. I don't like them changing teams and cities.
Well, that's football.
No, that's because they want the money for the stadium, so they can raise the prices. Who is?
Oakland A's.
Yeah, they're going to Sacramento of all places. Jeez.
I mean, like Oakland is a pretty damn small market team. I can't imagine that move being an improvement.
No, it's the Bay Area. I mean, you've got all the way from Fremont to San Jose to San Francisco, South San Francisco. You got over 10 million people right there.
And then you got San Francisco. Market. You got San Francisco right there too.
They back in the day, they never made enough money to hire quality talent. That's why they hired Billy Bean and started playing Moneyball.
I don't know about that. I think when the World Series they played the Bay Area World Series, that was the game. Except for the earthquake.
Hector, write down Moneyball. It's a movie.
I saw the movie.
Okay, that's they crunched the numbers,
but they didn't use talent. They used the statistics to back up the talent, because a lot of that talent was no-name talent.
That's because they couldn't afford. They didn't have the money for big name talent.
But just think if you did that to every team.
Did you know Billy Bean was gayer than a $3 bill?
What?
He was gayer than a $3 bill.
I thought he was married and had a daughter.
Yeah.
I don't think he ended that way.
I don't know. I do know after that year where he almost won the World Series, the Red Sox offered him the largest general manager contract in the history of sports, and he turned them down to go back to Oakland. It's the dumbest thing he ever did.
Look at it this way too. Look at all the major talent, and they fizz out in a year. Even football, baseball, basketball.
Well, football's injuries a lot.
No, like Tebow, he was supposed to be a big old, recruiting name, and all of a sudden he plays 1 year and he's gone.
No, I knew Tebow. I mean, just like Manziel, excellent college quarterbacks that I knew that talent would never transfer to the NFL. There's no way.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the greatest quarterback? I want to hear y'all's opinion.
Who's the best quarterback?
All time.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
Joe Montana. It's easy.
No.
Montana would definitely be at the top of the list.
Yeah. Marino. And you know why? It's not the New England boy, because expansion. You go back to Montana when he played, you had more talent, deeper talent on all the teams he played, and he won.
Marino, Johnny Unitas, Joe Namath, Litnikoff.
Oh, Namath only had a couple really, really good couple years.
What about what's his face in Buffalo that lost 4 Super Bowls?
Oh,
Jim.
No.
Yeah, Jim.
Jim something.
Jim Brown? No.
He was a quarterback. Gosh, I can't believe I can't think. He was a hell of a quarterback, but he will always go down in history as losing 4 Super Bowls.
Well, Dan Marino was great. He only played in 1 Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Bradshaw
was pretty good.
He was a gunslinger. Peyton Manning was a gunslinger.
Eli Manning too.
Yeah, without a doubt. They both got 2 Super Bowls.
What was his dad's name?
Roger Staubach was good.
Roger Staubach was good. Their dad's name was Archie.
How about this?
Manning.
Plunkett.
Jim Plunkett was good.
Yeah.
So was the guy that played for the Chiefs all those years.
The guy who broke his leg?
No, that's Theismann. He played for
Theismann,
Washington.
right.
Theismann. I never could stand him. I thought he was an asshole. That's probably because he was an asshole.
Dang it. Who is the best Chief quarterback ever?
Billy Kilmer?
No.
Hey, that little fat boy was a hell of a quarterback.
Dan Fouts. He was good.
Fouts? Well, when I think Fouts, I think about San Diego.
Yeah, that's where he was from. He was from Redskins?
No. No. Theismann was with Redskins. But you can't say that no more because it's insulting the Indians, they say.
Bobby Lane? Don't remember him. He said Sterling says that Bobby Lane was the GOAT of quarterbacks.
Then the Baltimore Colts,
Johnny Unitas.
Oh my gosh, he was good.
Unitas, Peyton Manning, both played for the Colts.
Now Peyton Manning, to me, he was up there.
He was.
But I still think Dan Marino and before who was the original quarterback? Joe Montana? Was it Joe Montana or
Steve Young was good.
Steve Young.
They got concussion to death.
Yeah, but he got. I mean, he had a ton of talent on offense. It's just his defensive line got him pummeled.
Yeah, I know.
That dude spent half his career running for his life.
Troy Aikman.
Never did like him. I thought he was like Theismann. He was an arrogant prick.
So
isn't he in trouble for some kind of money laundering or school gymnasium or something like that? Was it Aikman or was it who was the quarterback for the Green Bay Packers?
Oh, Brett
Favre.
He's good.
He's the one that's in trouble.
Yeah, he's good though.
Well, Brett Favre, I think he's rapidly losing his marbles.
Why is that?
Too many hits to the head, too many concussions. You listen to the guy speak these days, you can tell it's, sometimes the lights are on and nobody's home.
The boxers have that trouble. They keep going to the door to answer, and they go, there ain't nobody there. That's because they took some shots when they was boxing. Yeah. The running back, and I know Sterling will know him, is Detroit. Dang, I can't think.
Barry Sanders.
Yes, he was.
As soon as you said Detroit, I had that one.
He was the best ever running back.
I beg to differ. The sweetness.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Walter Payton.
Yes, but Payton played more years than Barry. Barry, if he'd have played,
all you have to do is get the average of all those years, and then you knock off the top and the bottom, and there's your numbers there. Sweetness.
Well, I'll knock off the bottom, the top, and the middle. But if I got to pick a running back, I'm picking Barry Sanders.
Well, you're never going to go wrong with Sanders, but Walter Payton. I mean, I was in the '80s. I was a huge Bears fan, and
I still am a Bears fan.
Oh, when they won the Super Bowl in '85, when they crushed New England. I had so much money on that game. I made a killing off of that game.
Cool. All that one was $100.
Where I worked, we had a board where you'd it was like $10 a box. You'd pay $10 and put your initials in each little box. It was like 100 boxes, like 10 by 10 kind of deal. And then after all the boxes were sold, they would draw numbers at random, like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever the final score ended up being at the game, like say if the game was 19-10, you'd go to Chicago, find the 19, you'd go to New England and find the 0 for the 10, and you go down and find out whose initials were on there. So it was $1,000 pot, and I won it on top of all the money I had betting on the game. So That was the best Super Bowl ever. I mean, the fact that my team won a Super Bowl and I won like I think $2,000 or $3,000. That was just icing on the cake. Even though I did have to put up with that Super Bowl shuffle. That was bad. You remember that?
Oh, I do.
That was so bad. So bad.
And this year we got the number 1 and number 2. Number 1 quarterback in the first round draft and the number 2 running back.
Who, Chicago?
Yep.
Well, who did they draft quarterback?
Oh, what's his name? I just shoot. And I watched the when they announced it too. I watched it on the draft day.
You know,
I can't remember right now.
Once they graduate college, I still hate it because a lot of these kids I've watched play their entire college career, but once they go to the pros, it kind of hurts me not to follow their careers. But after the NFL did what they did, I refuse to watch it. I just refuse.
Sanders, where he was so good, he came around, and you couldn't pick him up because he was kind of short, stocky but short.
Even Barry Sanders one time in an interview said that his idol was Walter Payton. So they were asked, if you were to pick the best running back, who would you pick? And he picked a Walter Payton.
Hey, 710, how you doing, brother?
Tony Dorsett was good.
Oh, Tony Dorsett was excellent.
I hope not.
Dickerson was good.
Who?
Dickerson.
Eric Dickerson.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he broke the all-time rushing record.
OJ was decent. The killer.
OJ was better than decent, but Eric Dickerson's the one that broke OJ's record. They thought nobody had ever reached 2,000 rushing yards in a season. OJ did it, and then Dickerson beat that. I think he still owns it, doesn't he?
Yep. As far as I know.
I think Sanders holds the individual record most yards, I think.
Yeah, I'm talking about, most yards in a season because, the 2,000 rushing yards in a season back in the day was unfathomable. I mean, 1,000 yards was, like put you in the stratosphere. 2,000 yards, no way.
Well, you figure the average yardage is like 5 to 6 yards every time because they didn't want you to get to the 10-yard line for the first down. So
but sometimes you're at a deficit of 15 or 20 and you have to do it.
Well, you start 10 yards behind, 15 yards,
but you got
to get to 5.
You got penalties. Yeah. Sometimes they got to go 20, 25 to get back to where you were.
I tell you, a running back I really liked was he was unorthodox. He played for the Vikings, but what was his name? Chuck Foreman. He ran upright. He was really tall for a running back, but he was kind of lanky, but he was strong as a bull.
Who was the runner just run over people? Zonka?
Oh, Larry Zonka? Oh, yeah.
Zonka was a beast, number 39.
Yeah, he was an animal.
It took 3 guys, because, he just run over you. He just knocked you down.
The dude's freaking neck was the size of a wash tub.
Did you guys mention Marino? I know I mentioned Marino for the best quarterbacks. Did you guys think about him?
Oh, he'd be in the top 10, I think, for sure. Especially in his younger days. When he came out of college, man, he was a gunslinger.
And Denver, the guy at Denver that couldn't.
Elway?
Yeah, Elway was good. And the guy at New York, he does analyzes now. He's an announcer. What was his name? He's from Louisville, I think. I cannot think of his name.
I don't know. Hey, don't forget about Joe Namath.
Yeah. I said that earlier.
Joe Namath, he despite the fact that he had knees like wet Kleenex, that dude was a gunslinger.
Detroit was good last year, but I don't know if they're going to beat the Chicago Bears twice.
Yeah,
Who's Christian Okola?
Yeah, he spelled it wrong, but Christian Okoye, he was running back for the Chiefs. He was a beast.
Frank Gifford. Nobody mentioned him.
Fran Tarkenton.
Fran Tarkenton was good.
Yeah, he's another one who lost 4 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy in Buffalo, wasn't it Joe? Was it Joe Ferguson? Was that his name?
For what?
The quarterback in Buffalo that lost 4 Super Bowls.
No.
Jim Ferguson.
No, that's not it. Darn. There's some other good ones too we ain't mentioned, and I just can't think of it.
There's been a lot of good ones.
I just had one tip of my tongue that we didn't mention, and I'm trying to think of who that was.
Well, don't forget who gets what's the trophy given out to the best quarterback in the league every year?
MVP?
No, come on. Nickel, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Heisman
is for total yardage.
That's college.
Yeah, I know, but the quarterback's winning a lot. Jim Kelly.
Yeah, that's the Buffalo quarterback that lost 4 Super Bowls.
Yeah. 4 straight. They went 4 times in a row when he didn't win.
Since you're Googling, Google the best quarterback in the league award in the NFL. And I know you're going to kick yourself because I know you know it.
I don't know it.
He played quarterback way back in the day.
Oh, he played for Green Bay?
La.
You know, I see a guy. I see in my mind a guy with crop top, short hair, white guy.
That sounds like Unitas. Well, it sounded like most of them back in the day.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Crew cuts.
Yeah.
Clean cut. Clean shaven.
I Googled it and I don't see anything. It just says award. Wait a minute. Nope. Joe Flacco won something. NFL Comeback Player of the Year. That Patrick Mahomes, I think he's going to be decent. He don't get hurt. And if he breaks up with Swift.
Okay,
if he get rid of his crazy ass brother and his crazy ass wife, I think he would be just fine.
Gunslinger? No.
Not Paul Horning, is it? Paul Horning Award? I think that's college. That's what he gives in college. He gives that award to somebody in college player.
Yep. All things silver. How you doing? Yeah, I think Pop's nodded out on us.
He did. He said he went to sleep and he woke him up and he said he'd rather sleep than be with us.
Shit.
Yeah. I can't say as I blame him, you know. We're not the most exciting people on the planet.
So what's the award for the best quarterback?
God, as soon as I told you that, I had the name on the tip of my tongue, and now I'm like Nickel, or like you a minute ago. Now it's gone. Oh crap! It'll come to me. I'm getting so tired. My brain it's just out of gas.
It ain't Paul Harvey.
No.
Newt Rockney? Is that what you said?
He was the linebacker.
Yeah, that's a linebacker award.
I'm
with Green Bay. Is it the coach?
The coach. That's the.
You talking about the Lombardi Trophy? That's the Super Bowl. That's the Super Bowl trophy.
That's the championship. All right.
remember Paul Honegg, but that was late 40s, early 50s.
All I know is you get an MVP, Player of the Year, or whatever. I don't know. I didn't know quarterbacks got an award. I didn't even know they did.
I know baseball is Cy Young for the best pitchers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can also win the MVP. You can be Cy Young and MVP. You could be Rookie of the Year, Cy Young, and MVP.
And Golden Glove.
I don't think anybody's ever won all three same year. We could do pitchers.
Don Drysdale, Tom Seaver,
Greg Maddux,
Randy Johnson,
Ryan Newman. I mean, not Ryan Newman. Ryan.
Nolan Ryan.
Yeah.
He was a 500 pitcher basically. So, but the only reason why is because he got so much money they couldn't get a team behind him, and so he was in his prime years with California, but he couldn't win with them because they didn't have no talent.
Yeah, the best thing about him is there was a couple of guys that he brushed back a few too many times, or he hit him. They charged him, and he'd whip their ass right there on the mound.
Hey, you know what he does in the sideline? He is a rancher, so he deals with bulls and cattle. So he's a tough dude.
Who does? Who does with cattle?
I've been to his ranch.
He's a Texas. Isn't he a Texas boy?
Yeah, Alvin, Texas.
Yeah, down here, yeah, we call that country strong. It ain't weight room strong, it's country strong.
And his wife was tough because guess who caught him? She's the one that got him in shape. She caught him with the catcher's mitt. And you got to be tough to catch Nolan Ryan with anything because he fires it, and he didn't back off.
Yeah, I'd rather catch for him than Phil Necro.
Oh, yeah, knuckleballer. You know, he won most of his games after age 40. Did you know that?
Well, that's because he wasn't trying to throw high 90-mile-an-hour heaters all the time. He was throwing that 60, 70-mile-an-hour knuckleball that God only knows where it was going to go.
It took him that long to master it. That's how hard a pitch it is. And his brother, you know, they told him, they said, get rid of the knuckleball. If he would have used the knuckleball his career, he would have won 300, I'm sure of it. Joe.
Yeah, I mean, if you can master, when I played baseball, I pitched some, and I tried and tried and tried to master the knuckleball, and I could not do it. I mean, to throw that ball with no spin is damn near impossible. But if you can throw it with no spin, that ball might go left, it might go right, it might go left, then right, it might go up, it might go down, it might go down and then up.
Well, their dad called him. Now, Phil's ball was dead. It was like a dead quail. Like, you shoot a bird.
Mm-hmm.
It was like that. His brothers had movement. So it would go and then flash out to the left and all. And it was a good pitch. But they told him, you won't go nowhere, son, with that pitch. Do your
Bulls,
other. So
they got that shit wrong.
So
that's the most difficult. I'd rather have a 102-mile-an-hour fastball or try to hit a curveball off of Nolan Ryan than I would other than trying to hit a damn good knuckleball pitch because you can't track them.
No, Jack Morris's pitch, Sterling, was the split finger fastball, and he mastered it. His career was not that great until he found that pitch. And he just dominated with that pitch. He was really the first pitcher to use that pitch and then everybody started using it. You have to stretch your fingers. You got to stretch your two front fingers here, and you got to put something there and stretch it. Just keep stretching. And then when you throw that, it's a fastball that drops. And I mean, the guy hitting thinks he's got it. And it's just he goes to swing at it, it just drops right off the table.
That was my best pitch. With my limited pitches, that split fingered fastball, which, when as a kid, luckily I had fairly good sized hands to be able to throw that. But it was a dangerous pitch.
But the knuckleball, it'll allow you to pitch until you can pitch until you're almost 60.
Oh, I mean, you're practically lobbing it.
Yeah, and the ball does the work for you. You don't really do it, so you can pitch that forever. I mean, a person theoretically could probably pitch it till they're 70, but can they cover the field? With fielded ball. So you eventually get to the point you can't cover the ground you need to. But yeah, he had the best knuckleball I think ever, because he's the only 300 game winner that had a knuckleball. There's nobody else that had a knuckleball that won 300.
Yeah, I just felt sorry for the catchers that had to catch him, because them boys earned their money.
That's what Johnny Bench told. Sparky Anderson called him in once and said, "Johnny, I got great news." He said, "I think we can get Phil Negro." And so Bench said, "Well, are you going to? Does that come with his a catcher too?" So he was telling him, "I ain't catching him." That's what he was saying.
Nah, he was telling him he couldn't catch him. Because Johnny Bench was a good catcher, but to be a catcher for a knuckleball pitcher, man, you have to be on your toes every pitch, because you never know where that ball's going to go. It's never going to go the same place twice.
Bench was the best. He was on the All-Star team as a rookie. And Ted Williams, as soon as he saw him, he said he won his autograph. He signed the ball, and he said, "To Johnny Bench, future Hall of Famer." He knew he was going to be a Hall of Famer because he could.
Yeah, but that Hall of Famer didn't have enough balls to catch a knuckleball pitcher.
Yeah, well, he just didn't like it. He would have done it.
Hey guys,
it would have killed him throwing him out at second, because he would have never come up with the clean enough and then the fired. He would have probably not thrown out as many people.
No, well, of course, that ball's coming, 20, 30 miles an hour slower from the pitcher to home plate. So
he would have barehanded it.
That runner's got a big extra jump.
But Bench had an arm on him. He was in Little League. He was 73-3 pitching.
Damn.
And he had always had an arm on him. And man, he was good. And he could put that ball right there to Morgan for the tag. I mean, all Morgan had to do was catch it. The ball was already there. All he had to do was catch it and then just wait till the runner slid into it.
Just catch it and drop it on the dirt.
He was that good and amazing.
I used to love watching Joe Morgan bat. Remember, he had that black bat. He'd get up there and he'd pump that arm, pump that arm, pump that arm.
The bat was bigger than him. He used a huge bat. I don't know. I never know how he did it. But
you remember, he'd get in the batter's box and he'd take that right elbow and he'd like pump it.
Yeah,
like he was winding up a machine.
He was a great second baseman and only 5'8", 5'7", 5'8".
He was pretty damn good batter as well.
He was the best player in baseball for a couple of years. And then they had Foster, who knee knock, had his batting stance where his knees were turned inside out. I never knew how he hit. And that little thin bat he used, and buddy, he could hit. He had 2 super good years back to back. Big Red Machine. They were good. Tony Perez, Mr. RBI. If the guy came up with the bases loaded, you were dead. As a matter of fact, the smartest thing you could do if he came up with the bases loaded is walk a run in. And people think that's nuts. I go, well, 1 run's better than 2 or 3.
Or 4.
Yeah. I mean, I probably would have walked him. I said, just go ahead and put him on and we'll walk this run in. But that depends on my pitchers, because if they're wild, probably couldn't afford to do that. Oh, Johnny Bench is an evil banker now. Oh, with Fifth Third? Yeah, he does something with Fifth Third.
Hey guys, I've got to go, man. I've got to get me some sleep. We're gonna run down this little town called Triune after a while. Pick up some. They got a big load of peaches in, fresh from Georgia. Bunch of fresh strawberries and homegrown tomatoes. I'm fixing to go up there in a few hours and load up.
You got a can?
You
got a can?
Probably not, because we're heading out on vacation in a day or two. But when we get back, the produce ought to really be rolling in there and the local farmers market. So then, yeah, we'll probably do some canning.
Well, I can tell you right now, I can go right across the street from my house here where I live, pomegranates, behind my fence. To the right of that fence is Thompson Seedless Grapes. And then a half mile down the street from where the country road hits is peaches and plums and nectarines.
Go into the country, gonna eat a lot of peaches. You remember that song?
No, I don't.
Really? Like back in the 60s?
Yeah,
it was pretty popular.
Well, guys, it's almost 4:00 in the morning, and I got to be up in 3 hours.
Yeah.
Let me tell Sterling first. I got a Wheaties box with Johnny Bench on it. Say like that. And I got a box with Caitlin Clark on it. And I got a box with Tony Gwynn on it. And I got a box with Pete Rose on it.
Years ago, a buddy of mine had a Wheaties box with Bruce Jenner on it. And when all that shit went sideways, I called him. I said, "Hey, you still got your Bruce Jenner Wheaties box?" He said, "Fuck yeah."
Yeah. Well, he put. I hope he put a hole somewhere in there. Make more.
Oh Lord, I hope he just set it on fire.
I can't believe that.
It's kind of funny you say that because I just saw a video day before yesterday where Bruce Jenner, what her name is now, talking to another guy. He's talking to another Shapiro guy, and he was kind of like telling Bruce Jenner, or now whatever her name is, and he was saying, "Well, you know something? If you keep talking that way, I'm gonna put you in an ambulance." It's how funny that they're female at one point, and when it gets to the point of being
that wasn't Bruce Jenner. I know who you're talking about. This was a big blonde burly bastard.
No, it was Bruce Jenner.
No.
Yeah, that Shapiro
he told Shapiro that I'm going to send you home in an ambulance. And the funny thing is, yeah, sorry, dumbass, an ambulance doesn't take you home.
Yeah.
What, Caitlyn? It's Caitlyn Jenner, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Yeah. Hector, the one you're talking about was a big blonde-headed dude that went all trainy. It wasn't Jenner. I promise you.
Was it Fabio?
Anyway, you guys have a good night, a good evening, good morning, a good time with your family and your friends to keep them close. And whatever you guys do, give somebody a cookie.
There you go. Hey, enjoyed it. Everybody in the chat, take care. God bless. Hopefully next time we won't put Pops to sleep.
Yeah.
But
I don't know what happened.
If he goes back and listens to this, Pops, I'm glad you're back, brother.
And the same thing here. And also, guys, I appreciate your comments and I do respect your opinions. I'm glad to talk to you.
Oh yeah, even when we don't agree, we do it respectfully, and that's the way it should be.
That's the key. That's the way it should be. Exactly.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys.
All right, boys.
You have a good morning.
Yep. Same to both of y'all. Talk to you soon.
Bye, everybody.
Love and respect.
We can't cut it off.
No, we can bail though.
It can keep.
I'm bailing.
Oh, he'll come on this. He'll probably call off work and come in this morning and do a show about 9 or 10. Just keep it running. He's picking up watch hours, I guess.
Yeah, it'll log him up to about 12, but yeah, I'm out, brother. You have a good one.
See, I guess I can keep talking to Sterling for the chat. I'm the only one left. So I don't think I've got Jenner on Wheaties box. Wheaties box. I don't think I've got him. I think I only got 4. I think 4. I don't know. I can't remember. I know for 4 for sure. I might have another one. How many's left in the chat? I can't see and tell because all I can see is me on the main page. I can't see anything else. So Wait a minute. I can go back to this one and look. I bet that'll tell me. Let me close it off. 3 watching. According to this, we got 3. That's probably not accurate. So that'd be funny if he came back about right now from sleeping. So are you still here, Sterling, or did you leave? I think everybody else is gone. Iceman, he could still be here. Oh, Ink Man, he must do tattoos. I think all things Silver left. Uh-oh. I don't think anybody's in here. I have to wait a couple seconds and go back and look at the regular page to see. I think I'm going to be by myself. Yep, Steve's still talking on the other one. It's delayed. 2 watching. Uh-oh. Losing them left and right. I saw something down there happen. Somebody was going to say something and changed their mind. Well, I guess I'll sign off. Let me see what's going on now. 2 watching. So there's still 2 here. Uh-oh. I see a little circle thing. That means probably he must have got into it. No? Let's see if I can write over here. Yeah. Man, this is way behind on the chat. Let me see. Not responsive. Oh my. Well. Oh, 710 still here. Let me see on the chat how many still in here. 2 includes 710. Yeah. Uh-oh, updating. I don't know what to do because if I don't, people's going to come in and they're not going to understand what's going on. They're going to say, you ain't. He probably should have stopped it just before he left, and then we would have been talking amongst ourselves, and it would have ended. Let's see now. Man, I can't get this. Mine ain't working. 2 people.
Oh, well, I guess I'll go ahead and, what was that? Something flashed again. I guess I'll go ahead and sign off. And then if he comes back on later, then if anybody's in, they can start talking, I guess. Because he'll probably come back and say something. So I guess it's adios amigos for now.